Well, guys, you have just witnessed the national anthems being played by both teams on your screen live. Yes, this morning we are at the Maxwell South Ground, the Maxwell Park South Ground, and we are here covering live action for you. It's the USA versus Zimbabwe. Remember, it's the IMC over 60 World Cup Masters Tournament over 60 World Cup 2026. Yes, it is Zimbabwe versus the USA. And I'm going to just play the toss for you here. Take a look at the toss. The toss is coming up live here.
Queen is the head. Red is the head. Queen is the tail. Wait, yeah. Head is the tail. It is. What is it, sir? It's a tail. Tail. You have a back. Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
So you just saw in the toss, USA winning the toss and putting Zimbabwe in to have a bat. In the next 5 minutes or so, games will kick off and action will be covered live here on this stream. So hold on to your seats, folks. Grab that coffee, get that tea, get that popcorn popped on the stove and the snacks in place. It promises to be a lovely morning and a lovely day of cricket here for you live. Be back in just a few minutes.
because you guys tend to move things. There you move.
Hi guys, back here live. Umpires are out in the middle. They are ready. Fielders taking their positions. Uh, this morning we are very, very fortunate to have all the way from South Africa. He's going to be joining us here to give some live commentary and with quite a bit of experience with the mic, much talent, our ex-cricketer himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly introduce to the mic. He's going to get things off and rolling, get that wheel rolling for us this morning as things kick off and become waxing warm here at the Maxwell South. He's going to give us some live commentary. Zimbabwe versus USA. US winning the toss and putting Zimbabwe into bat. I welcome to the mic none other than Nick Clegg. Good morning, Nick. And I wish you a fantastic day here this morning with me.
Morning, Ravi. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. Hopefully, I can step up to the task of such an introduction. But it's been a fantastic tournament. It's been a fantastic tournament hosted in Mississauga, the IMC Over 60s World Cup. Zimbabwe, however, have struggled with results. 0 from 5, a disappointing turnout for them. Looking to rectify that today. And at the top of the order, we're going to see Ian Harris and Andrew Walton. Walton coming all the way from Perth. Ian Harris resides in Harare. They're going to face spin first up and straight away an appeal. Choosing to bowl from the industrial end have the USA. And Harris's two daughters, Jessie and Sarah, have been tuning in and supporting their dad. What I can say, girls, is he's once again listened to your advice and he's worn the white trainers today, New Balance. Since you mentioned it to him about his fashion, he's put the black ones away. He did ask me to tell you that the black ones are just more comfortable for him, but he thought he has to wear the white ones as the girls have spoken. It's such a pleasure to hear about you both and get to find out your names so that I can talk about you live on commentary and bring you into this game. Very tight offside field, a slipper. A gully, two men in the covers, a man short on the drive, just to the right of your picture now. A mid off, a mid on. A quite fine mid wicket. And a man at short square leg. And that one driven through the covers from Harrison. He gets off the mark in this fixture.
Andy Walton showing the bowler respect for defence. And that ends the first over. Zimbabwe 1 for the loss of no wicket. A solid start from the United States of America. Bowler David Martel tasked with the tough job of opening the bowling with the spinner. So what a lot of bowlers have complained about in this tournament, the spinners up front with the humidity that there was in the earlier games and the lacquer on the ball. Lacquer is almost like a wax substance for those of you that are unaware. Just keeps the leather bound together, makes it last a little bit longer. And as the game progresses, so the lacquer fades off the ball. The spinner's complaining that there's quite a lot of lacquer on the seam of the ball. The seam being those strings down the middle, and they're not able to rip their fingers around it and get the turn and grip from their hands. Just a couple steps here for the bowler Radresh. Pitches it full. It's driven down the ground. And a well run single from Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe looking for those early singles in this fixture. They've struggled with their run rate early on in their batting innings along this tournament. They found themselves in big trouble on the same field day one against New Zealand. So some of them will have concerns about this pitch, will Zimbabwe, but went out there earlier this morning and had quite an intensive look at it. It looks like a really good wicket to score big runs on. Zimbabwe were 59 for 6 against New Zealand on this same field. After New Zealand, they took on Scotland, where they found themselves 43 for 3 after 15. Collapsed against England as well. 30 for 5 after 15. Driven through the covers nicely by Harris. Looks to turn for 2.
Hey, hey. Well, just like that, Nick, it's the completion of 2 overs. Zimbabwe batting steadily. They are on 5 for the loss of no wicket after 2. Definitely some hazy conditions here this morning, Nick.
Yeah, most certainly. Most certainly, it could go two ways. Yeah, we've seen the clouds burn away and the sun come out, and the other day we were caught in a terrific rain shower. So it's a lot cooler now with the end of summer nearing and fall coming closer and closer here in the northern hemisphere.
I did speak to a couple locals, Nick, and they did tell me, they did indicate to me that uh, This summer, actually, the place has become cold quite sooner than usual, especially here in this Mississauga area. They say that things have cooled down pretty soon in the year as compared to past years.
That one tossed up brilliantly by the bowler David Martel.
What has the experience been like for the Zimbabwe team in this much cooler weather? Do you think it would have positively, negatively, or hasn't affected them in any way with regards to the quality of cricket they would have been able to replicate here in this tournament?
I'll answer that question after the delivery as he works one away fine on the leg side. And they'll come back for two. That is great running from the Zimbabwean opening batting pair. And that's what they're going to need to do. Rotate, strike, make sure that that run rate stays above 3.5 and over. It's been a serious problem for them. We've changed the batting lineup 4 out of the 5 games. So this the first time we've got the same opening pair 2 games in a row. There might still be some surprises later on in the innings with a batting lineup change. So we see Walton just work it away into that vacant square leg region. So a clear plan here from the bowler. Quite a heavily packed offside field, looking to make the batsman play against the spin. Slow left arm. Always a treat to have in your team, a slow left armer. See good pressure there coming from the bowler. He's keeping it really tidy on that industrial end. What I did see in the pitch, and I'm probably going to bring it up a few times. So if you are going to listen to this whole live stream, you might as well jump on in the comments section and leave some comments for us and some words of encouragement for the players. And we'll pass it on via commentary as well as when the players come up to us here in the commentary box, myself and Ravi. And maybe a few players will come sit here and we can interview them about how they felt in this tournament. But Ravi, to get back to that very difficult question after this delivery. Walton looks to work it straight past the short cover fielder. He's really tucked in against the side of the pitch there. Very narrow. Direct hit coming from the fielder, but Walton safe in his crease. I think after day one, we, as a team, looked for excuses as to why we performed so poorly. We were completely outplayed and outclassed by a fantastic New Zealand side. And we weren't expecting that to happen. We really thought we were going to come into this tournament, start strong, be positive out in the field. And what I think we didn't factor in as Harris works one to the leg side rotating strike again, what we didn't factor in was the jet lag effect and how tired we would actually feel 2 days later. So we arrived 2 days prior to the tournament. But I would say it probably took most of us 3 or 4 days to acclimatize to your bodily clock and the different time zones and the lack of energy that we had. Because obviously, when you're flying, you don't want to drink too many liquids and all of that. And we didn't figure it out at first. And eventually, we thought it must be that we were underhydrated. And that was the first excuse we used.
Nick, what's the time difference from Zimbabwe?
So we are 6 hours ahead in Zimbabwe and South Africa. So it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
So off the bat, I could definitely guesstimate that the circadian rhythms of these players would have definitely been bumped off quite a bit. So that jet lag is a real thing. It's definitely a real thing.
Yeah, but we didn't think. We were all like, oh, we're feeling great in the hotel. We had a net session. We were feeling and looking good. Maybe we just went to bed an hour earlier than we should have, and then we came to the match and we were all feeling good. And when the players went onto the field, it's quite a rare thing for the Zimbabwe side to be quiet in the field. The two opening batsmen from New Zealand really just pinged our opening bowlers around the park. And as an ex-cricketer yourself, you know that feeling in the field. The field just goes quiet. There's a look of despair on everyone's faces. Who's going to get someone out here? Can we get a lucky LBW? Can we get a run out? And in the end, we were just outclassed by a team that's just arrived on the day and were ready. And we were maybe a little bit undercooked. Then,
Was the temperature like the general climate like in Zimbabwe compared to here in Canada?
so I think Canada have got quite extremes. You guys get really warm in summer, and then your winters are freezing with snow. In Zimbabwe, maybe the temperatures do rise and fall a bit, but they're a lot closer together. So your average temperature is a lot warmer in Zimbabwe and South Africa than the average temperature in Canada. Then the second game, we realized we can't use that excuse again, and the top order failed. We seem to have lost many wickets in clusters. So even if we get a solid start, maybe 10 off of 3 for no loss, by the 10th, 11th, 12th over, we're losing our third, our fourth, and our fifth wicket. And as we see, Walton pulls one away. That one will race away to the boundary, and skipper Greg McDonald will do the field in.
Let's take a look at this shot again. He waited on it a bit short and it just swiveled on it beautifully, dragging that one all the way to the square leg boundary. And that would complete the over as well. It's 4 complete. The score pushes up to 22 for the loss of no wickets. Zimbabwe with bat in hand. Well, Nick, listen, I am sure that I am half the age, at least half the age of many of these guys out there on the
That makes
field.
two of us. That makes two of us.
We are a couple of young men here. We are a couple of young men, and I could tell you these extremes is definitely it hits you like a brick. This morning temperatures here were about 15. You step outside, and I come from a tropical climate back in Trinidad. You from that warmer climate as well. So I'm sure you also feel it. You also feel that chill, that wind chill.
Yeah, absolutely. And but then what happened? We had a bout of flu pass through the team. Andy Walton, he was a man down. He even missed one game, stayed at the hotel, didn't come to the third fixture against England. Stayed at the hotel, watched on the YouTube stream. Harris picks one up nicely, turns it backward of square. Lots of work for the fielder to do. I went out that way this morning. The grass is quite lush on that far side of the field, very thick. So the batsmen are definitely going to have to run a couple there. But this Ravi is a much better start from Zimbabwe. 26 for 0 after 4.3. as mentioned in the last couple of games, 26 usually only comes up around the 9th or the 10th over. So these two looking to bat with some positive intent. So that bouter flu passed through about maybe 7 or 8 of the players. Um, and that really wore them down with that heat that they had to play in degrees above 30 degrees in some of the fixtures, which is lovely for cricket, but not if you're well. And it looks like they've got their first wicket. Ian Harris coming out of the crease, Yorks himself. David Matila causing problems there. He just Yorked himself. It's always tough as a batsman when you come down the track early and the bowler picks it, tosses it up just that 1 foot further. Daughters Jessie and Sarah would be disappointed that they can't watch their dad any longer. Ian Harris gone for 11 of 19 deliveries. It's another early wicket against the batting lineup of Zimbabwe. Ravi, if the past is anything to go by, this is when there is a cluster of wickets that will fall. So it will be important that the man walk into this crease, Rory McWade and Andy Walton, bat here for a long time. Both are really seasoned cricketers. Rory McWade has moved up and down the batting order. Didn't have the best start to the tournament. The last 2 games they came right. Got a 60 odd and a 37, I think it was. So he's just found batted himself into form. I'm not 100% sure coming in so early is the right move for McWade. Personally, I know it's exactly where he wants to bat, so he can't complain. This is what he's wanted, and he wants to bat 3 or 4. I personally think he's a lot more effective at 5 or 6, coming in later on when the fielders are a bit tired, and he's got this amazing ability to run quick singles and change a 1 into a 2. Both him and Walton very fit, so you'll see a lot of running between the wickets between the two of them. But it's always easier when the fielders are a bit tired after the 25th, 26th over. Your heels start to hurt a little bit with the spikes, even for us youngsters. So you can only imagine when you're over the age of 60 how you feel in when things aren't going your way in the field.
Well, I'm sure Rory, he came in with the intention to bring some stability and build up a partnership alongside Andrew here this morning for the Zimbabwe team. Uh, so we reckon that after 5 overs, 26 on the board with 1 wicket down, this payout in the middle, they will definitely be looking to tighten and stabilize things here for the Zimbabwe cricket team as they work towards building a good partnership and a good foundation in the opening overs. But I'm sure you do agree with me, Nick, that a run rate of a 5.2 on the board is definitely what they need, as this one is swiveled on and pulled into the leg side area. But there is protection down at that square leg boundary, just backward of square.
Yeah, what the people can't see to our right here is a baby tree growing in the way, and it just blocks that backward square. But they just going with the standard 6-3 field. Just they've got a mid on and a fairly wide mid wicket, and then a man backward of square on the boundary. McWade's hand-eye coordination, Ravi, very good, but he tends to be quite wristy in the beginning of an innings. Rather than flowing with his arms, he just hooks his wrist at the last minute. He's represented Zimbabwe in a fair few sports. Karate, judo, decathlon, baseball, cricket. Was the fielding coach, as we see a run-out opportunity here for America. That might be a very careless run between these two. They're going to have a word. You can't strike the ball so firmly straight to the fielder, Ravi, and then look to set off no matter how quick you are.
It was an excellent return, I can tell you that for sure. With pinpoint precision. It was a direct hit. Had he been short of that crease by just an inch, he would have definitely been in some trouble there.
I can tell you for free, we would not have seen a good reaction from Andy Walton if he was run out there. And likewise, if Andy was the caller and Rory was there running that way. So these two need to really clarify how quick they are.
Well, looking at that last delivery, there is a bit of bounce coming off the pitch and at the far end. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh, this one bowled much fuller, a bit more Yorker length.
Yeah, it was even a change in bowler there. They just snuck one past us. Did America pulled Rajesh out the attack after he went for 12 in his previous over, and a nap into the attack. Beautiful start for a nap, just 2 off the over, nearly a run out. My heart was in my throat because I told you about the cluster of wickets that fall, and when we lost one, now we want to run out the second one.
I think we
It makes me
are
panic.
maybe just past that bridge now.
Oh, so you have a lot of faith, Ravi. I've been with the boys for 5 games, and I just work 5 overs at a time, as one of the slow left armers told me in the team, Raj Naik. I always say we need to work 15 overs at a time, and he always tells me I'm very wrong. It's just 5 overs at a time, and we can see there McWade just trying that bottom hand again. Ravi, I can tell you, he has gone out 3 times in this tournament. The first 3 games, the same way 3 times. That shot, top edge, keeper catches. So we have all asked him to pack it away.
Well, some lessons are bitterly learnt, and I'm sure by now he would have had a grip on things.
Well, Ravi, we just saw the shot, so you tell me. I think in Zimbabwe, the ball comes on a little bit quicker off the deck. So you can play through the line and across the line. Where, yeah, in Mississauga, the ball just seems to hold up a little bit off the track, and then you threw your
Yeah.
shot too early, and the toe of the bat's facing the delivery before it arrives.
Yeah, we have seen the pitches being a bit slower here.
Now, I'm not a fan of when the players say the pitch is slow, and that's why I went out. Both teams have to bat on the same pitch, and some teams have put on big runs against us and quite quickly. So I think it's a treat that you're getting to see us now 4.5 and over, but at one stage over 5 runs and over.
Oh, he
McWade picks
picks.
it up. No one there backward of square. And that will race away to the boundary. That bottom wrist coming in handy this time. The ball pitched up, maybe too full from the spinner. You can see it's all wrists from McWade straight across the line. It's not a technique that you sit back and think, oh, that's beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. But it's very effective for him, and he finds a way to make runs in most games.
Yeah, well, he's batting 5 after facing 8 deliveries, so doing pretty well. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. I think he was beaten all ends up there, both him and the keeper as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see a replay of that because
Yeah, it beated both him and the keeper. So I'm not quite sure if that delivery, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, I'm not quite sure if that delivery was intentional by the bowler. I do have to take a look at the break and see if there are some cracks out there in the middle.
no, there's no cracks out there. I was there early on. What there is, though, there is a little divot with a lot of grass, and it's quite soft to the touch compared to the rest of the pitch, and that's probably about 4.5 meters from the stump, so possibly where that ball landed. And if it hits the bottom as it's entering, it will keep low. If it hits the ridge on the out, it's going to bounce up high, and I think that's exactly what happened there. So in the break, yeah, I'll take you to that gap, to that space on the pitch, and I'll show you it. I was very meticulous as Andy Walton outrunning Rory McWade. Now that is one you won't see too often. McWade will take that one personally. He does not like to lose the race between the two stumps.
Well, Nick, your word, they have kept your word, and they have stood up to prove the running capability of this payout in the middle. A healthy 3 runs with some quick legs. I couldn't have done it better myself. I think they would outrun me if I step out there in the middle.
Yeah, you can see Walton there just indicating that one, just keeping a bit low.
Yeah.
Um,
But I must admit, Nick, for those viewing, I'm sure had we not announced that this was an over 60 World Cup tournament, they would have never guessed the age of some of these players out there.
no, absolutely not. Some of these players really move effortlessly as we see an appeal, and they are really quick in the outfield between the wickets. Some of them, though, do show their age when it comes to throwing from the boundary. And in the Zimbabwe side, there's somebody named it the Buffalo race, but I'm not 100% sure on the wording. Um, there's a couple of players that are not as quick as the others. So the quick players have decided that the Buffaloes of the side are going to have a race, and they're going to see who's really the slowest in the team, because there's been a lot of gears given
Yeah.
for who's the slowest between the wickets and in the outfield fetching those boundary shots. But good fun banter between the Zimbabweans. They always say you have to have a thick skin if you play in the Zimbabwe side, because whether you do poorly or very well, you bound to get some banter in your direction. And another good single from McWade.
Yeah, that single will end the 8th over. That run rate just below 5. The Zimbabweans are batting at 38 for the loss of 1. Quite a balanced scenario here this morning. We are seeing good cricket all around from both sides. So a heartfelt congratulations to both teams after completing 8 overs. We see the US managing to break that opening partnership, taking a wicket. And we have also seen the Zimbabweans maintaining just an average at about 5 and over with 38 substantial runs on the board. So good all-round cricket. Nick, uh, we are definitely, as promised, we are bringing to you some lovely cricket for your viewing pleasure here this morning.
Really lovely work here from David, the left arm turner. Not afraid to flight the ball, which is fantastic to see early on in an innings. I see America have pushed the fielder back on that square leg boundary. McWade this time goes straight down the ground, over mid-on, a lofted drive. Gary Griffith paused to watch that shot of beauty. McWade just manipulating the field. The previous over whipped one to the leg side. They put a man out there, and now goes over the top. What would be a good cricket now, Ravi, is he's pushed those two fielders. Obviously, in this first power play, they allowed 3 out. He's pushed those two fielders back. Now, if he just pushes one down the ground, they can run a easy single or a quick 2. So we'll have to wait and see about his cricket IQ. He cuts one off the back foot through the covers, breaks through the defense of the fielder, and they come back for a second. Walton looking for a third, hungry to get on strike. McWade proving me wrong so far, and why he wanted to bat higher up the order in 3 and 4.
Well, he definitely calculated his efforts here this morning before stepping out onto that field. He definitely knew what was his intentions, and he is definitely putting it all on display here for our viewing pleasure and for the pleasure of his team as well, as they see solid runs coming off his bat.
Field coming, led by the keeper and first slip.
Speaking of pleasure, that's a pleasurable 7 runs off that, the ninth over. That run rate on a solid 5 and over. The score on the board for the Zimbabweans is 45 for the loss of 1.
McWade pushes one into the covers, a heavily packed cover region. Just 3 men out on the leg side. Will McWade take on this vacant mid-wicket region here right in front of us? Just to the right of your screen, as we see Peter Sands Thomas come in front of the commentary box. Loves a little mention, does Peter Sands Thomas. Fiance Ola stays in the Ukraine, tries to watch as many games and hours and overs as possible, waiting to see Mr. Sands Thomas. I can tell you for free, Ravi, I'll stay next to Sands Thomas, and he's quite some human. Let's just say that. Brings some entertainment as Rory hits one down the ground. Peter, take a seat here next to me, and let's hear your opinion on the good start from the Zimbabwean batting unit so far.
Yes, Nick, thank you very much for having me. Just walked around the ground, and Andy and Rory look very comfortable. So I think hopefully we can try and put some runs on the board today.
Yeah,
We've struggled a little bit. I think that was a 4 by Rory.
absolutely
Well
wrapping his
played, Ross.
wrists.
I think today maybe it's taken us. This is our 6th game, so it's taken us a bit of time to acclimatise to the good old Canadian pitches. Beautiful, beautiful outfields, but the pitches you just got to be very patient. Wait for the ball to come onto the bat, and yeah, as Mr. Edo Brandes, our coach, said to us today, or manager or strategist, he did say that, guys, if you take away the 4s from all the big scores on today or in the last week, batting averages are around, 0.55 percentage-wise, 55%. So it's not high if you take out the big shots. So, yes, what do you think, Nick?
I think we've had a fantastic start. After 10 overs, 49 for 1. The most positive start we've had as a batting unit. I do think that we've taken too long to acclimatise, and we can't use that excuse of trying to get ready on the pitches, because our bowlers too have struggled up front. Peter Sands Thomas, one of the opening bowlers, then moved to first change. What have the bowling unit discussed for this game? Did any of you go up to the wickets before? Have a look at some of the patches?
Yeah, again, I mean, if you bowl line and length outside off stump, you'll be fine. I mean, looking at the USA opening bowlers, there's nothing there that we can't do ourselves. We've got a few good seamers, and we've got 1 or 2 spinners as well. So I think we've struggled to acclimatise, especially on the batting.
No.
We really have. I mean, against West Indies, we lost 6 wickets for 5 runs. I mean, You just can't play cricket matches like that and expect to win.
Were you one of those wickets?
No, I wasn't. I was 2 runs not out, coming in at solid number 11.
Yeah, it must have been
Um,
good for your average.
yes, again, unfortunately, my patriot, Mr. Gary Stain, called for a single in to covers and then pulled a hamstring and didn't make it to the other end and was run out.
Yeah, we have had a couple injuries. Yourself, though, fit and raring to go in this game?
Yes, very rearing. Wrist is still a bit sore from the first game, but we have to bear with that and put one down for the team.
Can you explain to the viewers at home? I've explained it many times, but let's hear it from a first person perspective. What exactly happened out there, and how did you injure your wrists?
Okay, so I was. It's very easy answer. I was out in covers
We want the truth.
as trying to emulate Colin Bland from 50 years ago, the very brilliant South African fielder. And the ball came across the grass, then went onto what would you call it? That
Cement pitch.
the yeah, yes, went onto a cement carpet. And unfortunately, I couldn't dive on there, so I decided to put my foot down to stop the ball. And when it hit the concrete, it jumped a little bit. The ball did, and my foot came down, and I stood on top of it, did a half pirouette, somersault, ended with a score of 8 uh, from the ladies on the outfield. Very good dive and landed on my wrist, unfortunately. I did stop the ball and it
Yes.
didn't go for a single, so it
Yep.
was worth it.
That is true. You did stop it, and it didn't go for a single. And he
Did you
continued.
like the score of 8 for the pirouette?
I would have given you a 6.3, but
Ooh,
you didn't
ooh.
stick the landing. So it's all about the landing. As you see the end of another over here. Zimbabwe 51 for 1 after 11. It's really refreshing to know that we only have lost 1 wicket in the first 11 overs. A rarity so far in this tournament, Bonk, for our Zim opening batsmen, or the boys at the top of the order. But it all seems to be going right today. What were the words shared? Maybe you can share some of the words shared between the team, from the captain, maybe the senior players, and the
Okay,
coach
so
before the game.
yeah, we were aiming for 40 for not many wickets after 15, and then 60 more runs from 15 to 30, so that would have brought us up to 100, and then aiming for 80 for the last 15.
Yeah. So we're
You've got
looking
to
at,
have wickets in the pad. If you've got wickets in the pad, then you could put runs on in the last 15.
all right. So we're
So
looking for a score about 180 to set here.
yeah, but if we can start off at 51 for 1, I think without putting any cobwebs down, we could look for 200.
Oh, Bonk, have
Uh,
you called the cobweb? Yeah. Oh, the umpire stuck his arm out, but just to show
oh,
that it was outside the line. Oh, Bonky, you could have had your first commentator's curse there.
yes, could have been. I'd just like to mention Andy Walton opened the batting today, has got quite a few innings between 10 and 20. So I'm hoping today that this could be his day. So,
It will be quite a sight and a pleasure to watch if he can kick on. He's a really classy looking batsman, and does everything right from the textbook. It's a big stride forward, and it's the slow hand of death.
oh no, yes, I've done it again.
The commentator's curse. Walton resets here. You can see on the replay.
Oh, sorry guys,
Big
I've done it
stride in.
again. Andy's gone. LBW.
Zimbabwe find themselves 52 for 2, and cause for concern once again as we start to lose wickets before the end of the first power play. Bonker, before you have to set off back down there, maybe get some pads on as they push you up the order. You want to give a shout out to Ola maybe in the Ukraine?
Yeah, I'd like to say to all our Ukrainian watchers out there, because I know there's many viewers now picking it up. Unfortunately, no cricket fields in Ukraine, but to Ola, lovely Mama, and Polina and Sasha, all the best. Love you all, and keep supporting the great uh, Red Zimbabwe.
And Wayne Jones has come to the track. Peter Sands Thomas, thank you for your time. Maybe you can come back yeah, a bit later. That's our second commentary stint together. And that time you were very professional. The first time he was the water boy and didn't like those duties, so came and sat for a long time with the mic and had what we all get sometimes, verbal diarrhea. This time a lot better and more composed. A man that everyone loves in the team. Really unfortunate, the loss of that wicket from Andy Walton. He started to look really good. Wayne Jones has opened the bat in a couple times in this tournament. Now just slid down the order, coming in at number 4.
There you see that extra bounce again. That ball is kicking up a bit just outside that line of that off stump. It's a couple dots, just a single from the over and a wicket. So a successful over for the US team. The score after 12 overs, it's 52 for the loss of 2 wickets.
I've seen many bowlers over my years of watching, playing, and commentating cricket. What I've never seen is a bowler turn his cap backwards like he's at the beach and come in. So this is the first for me. And you would think you'd be at a teenager's game with the hip style of this bowler,
or,
but we are at the over 60s
or
IMC Cricket World Cup.
maybe even a baseball pitcher.
McWade always looks better when he's playing positive strokes there. Even there, no footwork, almost no handwork, just leaving a dead bat in front. Soft hands from the number 3 batsman. This time with the big swing, gets a bit of an inside edge. Needs to bat smartly, does McWade. Can't afford Zimbabwe to lose another wicket. Otherwise, be 3 or 4 down again in the first 15 and puts our middle order under pressure. For the first time, the middle order failing in the last game. We lost 6 wickets for 12 runs.
Just in the background there, you could hear those the ground staff making their patrol. A lot of air traffic in this area as well. Quite a couple airports in within the vicinity of this ground. So
Wayne Jones looks to whip it past mid-wicket. He does well, though, getting to his left quickly. Wayne Jones resides in the UK with his partner and has 3 kids, 2 sons and a daughter, I believe. And they'll be supporting him from around the world, hoping that he can kick on today. A really classy batsman. has underperformed in this tournament, but has a lot of promise. So he'll be hoping in this newfound position of number 4, and he can really set a good total for his team. Maybe get a few runs under the belt. Very quiet, quiet-spoken man is Wayne Jones, especially compared to some of the other personalities in the team. You've met Peter Sands Thomas. He's one of the more lively ones. Got Gary Griffiths sitting in front of us, GG. A man with all the wit and all the jokes. Although Kenyan Zeal awarded a medal the other day for telling jokes. And none of us have ever laughed at a Zeal joke, so it was quite a shock. The award was given and no one really clapped because we weren't sure if they called the right name or the right person.
Wayne yet to get off the mark in solid defense. Just having a look to see what this turf is doing here this morning. And this time, well played into that mid-wicket region. That ball finding its way almost into the commentator's box. Take a look at this beauty of a shot to get off the mark here. Just shifting the weight onto the front foot, leaning into the shot, and absolutely beautifully played. He gets off the mark with a lovely boundary.
Absolutely fantastic. Even did a little air punch there. I was speaking to him the other day as he calls for a quick single. Wayne Jones off the mark with the quick single. And when I mean off the mark, I mean like an athletic start. Wayne Jones, part of the big Buffalo race, but that time showing that he might win that race. That's the quickest I've seen him out the blocks, and the most excited you'll hear me get about his run in between the wickets.
Oh, look at that bounce again outside that off-stump line. This is the far end, and we have been seeing this recurrence quite regularly. That extra bounce in that area. Oh, this one hits struck high into the air. The fielder settles underneath and takes a comfortable catch, and securing here another breakthrough. Looking to play this one into the onside, taking that top edge, and well caught by that fielder at just at mid off, in that mid off position. So it's going to be the fall of another wicket here, the fall of wicket number 3.
Yeah, I spoke about it and how Zimbabwe have tended to collapse at the top of the order. A great start from them. 22 for no loss, then 26 for 1. That second wicket partnership batted really well. Took it to 51 for 1. Then all of a sudden 52 for 2. Now they find themselves 59 for 3. McWade gone. 24 off 30 deliveries. And another collapse coming for Zimbabwe. They were looking so good, Ravi, and I mentioned in the build-up as well as the first couple of overs. The first 15 overs have been such a problem for this batting lineup. There was no need for McWade to go big there. I've told you he's gone out 3 times trying to work it to the leg side with the leaning edge, and again, toes it straight up. 4 times in 6 games, the same dismissal. He really is going to have to try pack that shot away in tomorrow's game.
So now you are a close-knit member of the Zimbabwean team. Let me ask you from after this delivery. Do these teams sit and look at past matches within this same tournament, within this round robin stage? Do they sit and look and study other teams and the way in which each player plays. For example, as you would have mentioned just a couple about a minute ago, that he would have gotten out in similar fashion in these past matches. Do you think, based on your team, do you think the US team as well, do they sit and study these players and the way in which they lose their wickets? Do you think they study this and come prepared to bowl to these batters?
So I know the Zimbabweans each do it maybe privately in their hotel rooms, but not generally as a team. They haven't sat down and done a video analysis, but all the very proud players and want to do well, want to thrive for themselves and for the country. So I know like Rory McWade loves a stat. He loves to accumulate all the stats. I heard he was telling some of the players the other night he's got all the stats for the last 5 years in any over 60s Zimbabwe cricket match. And some players, they just rock up to the game, fresh mind, try leave what happened in the past, and look to improve. But it wouldn't surprise me if some of the bowling attacks, heard that a batsman goes out a certain way. So let's try, aim it at his pads, let him try work it to the leg side as we see a lovely on drive from Kenyan Zeal. Long on has to do a lot of work to his left, or yeah, to his left.
Yeah, that single will bring an end to the over. It's 61 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. That run rate dropping to just 4 and over. It's 15 complete, Nick, and the guys out in the middle. I know after 15 overs, it's usually the water break. And yes, they are going to take a water break. We at the commentary box, we will also take a short break and we will be back with you live with the action here.
Welcome back after the drinks break. In this fixture, Zimbabwe taking on the United States of America, the IMC Over 60s World Cup, hosted in Mississauga. I'm joined with producer and commentator, ex-cricketer, and lover of the game, Ravi.
Tell me about this new batter out in the middle here, Nick.
Kenyan Zeal, vice captain of the side, had a knee operation last year, has recovered nicely, very technically correct. Someone that you'd almost feel studied the cricket textbook and plays the shots exactly how they should. Loves to play the ball straight.
You know,
Hasn't
on
kicked
these
on though.
wickets, sorry to cut you, but on these wickets, I think that is the smartest approach in playing a straight line, a straighter line. We have seen the demise in the last wicket there, trying to play across the line of the ball, and that one would have taken the outside edge. As this ball has taken an outside edge and run on the third man, and they get the single.
Now, as long as Jonesy, as he's affectionately known, Wayne Jones, as long as he stays out there and doesn't lose his wicket to that edge, I don't mind how he accumulates his runs. I'm hoping that he can bowl a good innings. Yeah, I've heard how fantastic he is. Unfortunately, in this tournament, many of the batsmen not showing their true set of skills. As Kenyan Zeal leaves one, and it makes me nervous. He left one the other day and got bowled. Second delivery, shouldered arms against the English, and wicket went out the ground. And that's a much better shot there. You can see that textbook shot, half front elbow, straight down the ground, trots through for a single.
Yeah, that straight drive, it's always a beauty to see form when these batters do execute it, most orthodox. It's an absolutely beautiful shot, the straight drive, and a very effective shot on wickets like these. Look at that bounce, that extra bounce again, as we see so frequent outside that off stump on the long end. Dot delivery to end that, the 16th over after the water break here. It's 3 from it. The score trickles up to 64 for the loss of 3.
Kenyan Zeal and Wayne Jones looking to do a job here for Zimbabwe in the middle overs. We heard from Peter Sands Thomas. The goal was 40 odd runs for the loss of maybe one wicket in the first 15. Unfortunately, Zimbabwe losing 3 wickets, but above the runs that they wanted. 64 for 3 after 16. At the break, it was 61 for 3. So about 20 runs more than they had planned for, which will really help them here in the second 15. I think if they can go to similar run rates and not lose as many wickets, maybe lose 2 wickets in this 15 over spell, put on another 60, 70 runs, it can really set them up nicely
So
for the back end.
so far the average run rate would have been around 5 and over. So I agree with you. If they could push things back up and maintain that average run rate of about 5 and over, it will definitely put down a substantial score, something that they could defend when they do have ball in hand.
Yeah, so the bowling attack is a really classy bowling attack. Struggled to take wickets up front, which has allowed teams when batting first against us to build big totals, and then that scoreboard pressure is just another pressure when you bat second. So Zimbabwe looking to build that same scoreboard pressure on America. Even if you back your batting lineup, if you're chasing over 200, that mental shift you have to make as a batting unit because 200 is a lot of runs no matter which way you look at it.
Most definitely so. And I don't think that we have any issue or any worry about Duckworth Lewis today. Uh, Although the morning was a bit hazy, I can guarantee you that it's forecasted to be quite hot. It will warm up a bit as the day progresses, and uh, we do look out for some sunny conditions as well as the day progresses. As you could see on screen, the sun is definitely peeking out there this morning, and things are definitely warming up here, at
Yeah,
least in the commentary box area.
yeah, most certainly. Warming up from frustration of the loss of a couple of wickets. But this pair have the ability, Ravi, to bat a long time. The key for this pair is, are they able to rotate strike and work at 3-4 and over and not get tied down, not allow the USA to feel like they're back in the game? And
Oh,
Kenya
this,
Zeal whips a full toss away, but straight to that square leg fielder.
yeah, well, he does put a single on the board after that delivery. Straight from that over, 17 complete. The score 67 for the loss of 3.
Zeal looking to cut one away. Dangerous shot to play on that end of the wicket. We've seen a lot of invariable. Geez, like that took a long time to get out, Ravi. Invariable bounce.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, there has been, as we would have mentioned on quite a few occasions prior to this, there has been quite a bit of extra bounce witnessed outside that off stump area on that far end. So he has to keep that in mind. And there, that one keeping a bit lower than usual. So definitely variable bounce there. A good start so far by Anup in this, his 7th over in his spell. 4 dots in succession. And going through his overs quite quickly as well, not allowing batters much time to settle and think. So good strategy. This one a bit straighter. He works this one down to that fine leg, and he will come through for a single to bring Wayne back into strike to face off this last delivery.
yeah, they've left a massive gap here at mid wicket for Wayne. If they bowl it on the pads for him to work it through.
Oh, and he's bowled him, has he?
No, no,
Oh
the
no,
keeper
it's
dropped the ball
actually
there,
the
but
keeper. Yeah,
bit
from
of a crowd wicket here. Even the people to our right were cheering
from
there.
this angle, I think quite a few hearts must have skipped a couple beats there, seeing those stumps being spilled. So just a dot delivery to end 18 overs. A score 68 for 3 on the board. The run rate just dropping a bit here to under 4 and over. It has solid defense as we commence the 19th over. We see Zubair, he's into his 5th, just conceding 8 So far, he hasn't taken any wickets as yet for his team, the US.
Dead ball signal there from Billy Bowden. No shot offered, and then batsman trying to run through. Lack of appreciation of the laws and the spirit of cricket there, unfortunately. Just desperate to rotate strike, and that's a good initiative, though, from the batsman. It's nice to see that it is something they are looking and thinking about.
Yeah, well, the intentions are good and exactly the intentions needed. Oh, this one striking him high on the butt. So a bit of extra bounce here as well on this close end. Just to remind our viewing audience, the USA winning the toss and putting Zimbabwe in to bat first. A solid over there from Zubair. A maiden over. This the 19th. The score remains 68 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Only 4 runs coming in the last 3 overs, so the run rate definitely slowing down with this batting pair, and they're going to need to try something here, Ravi, to keep increasing it. They can't afford, as they say, to chew up deliveries and put the lower order under pressure later on. Especially with 3 wickets down already. Need to make sure we're still scoring runs. As the big man Shepherd comes to the commentary box.
Yes, we have seen some excellent camera work by the man Shepherd, camera in hand. It's a excellent ball follow. A man with quite a bit of experience. Oh, this one driven, and it's driven past the man at mid-off. It's going to run and just stall just at the brink of that boundary rope. You have been saying that the grass is definitely a bit thick, maybe some moisture as well. It held up maybe just an inch.
Yeah, like a university student's car running out of petrol just before the gas station.
Yeah,
Just stalling there before the line. It basically just needed one more rotation and it would have been on the whitewash. But Kenyan Zila did say if he was going to score a boundary, it would be straight down the ground, and showing exactly why they're breaking through the hands of the middle fielder, who's now feeling it a little bit after that big run to the boundary.
They still managed to pick up a couple there. I don't think that they were anticipating for that ball to stop when it did. Oh, that extra bounce is surprising. Kenyon there, coming very, very high off the bat.
Just to my right here, it looks like local umpire Rohan Weatherspoon
Oh, this one pitched in
come to the
with
game.
some haste. Quite a quicker ball. 3 dots in succession now. 1 delivery remaining in this over. Good over so far by Anup.
Zeal coming down the track.
Oh, and he has diminished the stumps. Kenyon has to go in that last delivery of this, the 20th over. Anup takes the wicket. It's the fall of the 4th wicket. Kenyon has to depart. contributing 8 runs to his team. The score on the board now after the completion of 20 overs is going to be 71 for the loss of 4.
The resumption of the new over, we see the new batsman, a farmer from Zimbabwe, Wayne Parham, nicknamed Pops, known as Wayno to his grandkids. Wayno, known to his grandkids. And the USA just making a fielding substitution, yeah? Just a dot ball and a single coming so far in this over. Wayne Parham on strike, about to face his first delivery. And Parham hit on the pads, big appeal, and will come through for the leg bar. Big stride by Wayne Jones. At the end of the 21st, 73 for 4. A leaning edge coming there, and then a run-out opportunity at the non-striker's end. Again, trying to work it to the leg side. Fortunately, just going over the outstretched arms of the bowler. Parham pushing in front of his eyes into the covers. Trots through for a single. This is Anup's last over. 26 for 3. A fantastic spell from the right arm medium pacer. Driven straight down the ground. Well connected by Jonesy, but straight to mid-off. Just going at under 3.5 and over. At one stage, Zimbabwe comfortably over 5 and over. So run rate just dropping in these middle overs. And that's the end of the 22nd. Zimbabwe find themselves 74 for 4. Just 10 runs coming in the last 7 overs. And a change of bowler into the attack, and USA will be hoping that the consistency of wickets keeps falling. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, hoping to get after one of these bowlers. Is this the man? Are they going to attack the bowling of Ahmed? Wayne Parham set and ready at the striker's end. Wayne Jones at the non-striker's end, trying to rotate the strike there, but straight to the fielder from Parham. And what did happen there at the end of that over was a fantastic spell bowled by Anup. 9 overs, 26 runs for 3 wickets. 3 very important top order wickets from the right armour. Well called single there from Wayne Jones. His running between the wickets today has been absolutely fantastic. Nice and quick between the stumps. I look forward to telling him that this evening in the hotel. A full toss and worked away into the vacant mid-wicket area. Sweeper on the leg side boundary, works around quickly to his left and just prevents the second run. That's great fielding in the outfield from the USA. Just 2 runs off this armored over so far. Good start for the right arm turner. Another full toss, worked away, but straight to the short mid wicket. No run there. And that's the end of the 23rd. Zimbabwe 76 for 4. It's the opening bowler back into the attack. Rajesh, bowler number 2 from this morning. The captain bringing him back, and maybe now a very good time to bring him back. Went for quite a few runs in his second over, 12 off his second. And the openers were there. They really took a liking to him, but now with the run rate slowed down tremendously, a good time to sneak in a few overs and maybe build the bowler's confidence. That one slides down the leg side, and some exercise here for the umpire as he signals a wide. Peter Tate umpiring on the highway end. And the well-known figure of Billy Bowden standing at square leg.
That one skids through. Billy Bowden, one of those very animated characters out there in the middle. Definitely guaranteed action from him in one way or the other.
You can see Jonesy there looking a little bit frustrated with missing out on that one. Knows he needs to try to tick over this run rate. 11 off 27.
Yeah, you could see Rajesh in this over varying his pace quite a bit. At one a lot quicker. And taking the pace off this one. So definitely varying that pace against the man Jones with bat in hand. He is on 11 after facing 28 deliveries. Still 2 to go in this over. A bit too wide on that occasion. You will have to reload that one.
That one slides down the leg side. Missed by the keeper. Lots of work for first slip to do. They'll come through for 2 bars as well. So wide and 2 bars. So Rajesh just not finding his mark at the moment with the ball. Unfortunately for him, the only runs coming off the over are from the wide deliveries. Zimbabwe need to find a way to apply the pressure back on the USA and the skipper. Make him have to think in the outfield where to place the fielders. Looks like that one's caught the edge. Goes in between keeper and first slip. Parham looking to come back for a third. That is fantastic running from Wayne Parham, nicknamed Wayno by his kids and grandkids. Positive over so far for Zimbabwe. 8 off it. Still one legal delivery to be bowled. That is the end of the 24th, the halfway mark, 84 for 4. There you can see some of the beautiful aerial shots that our man Shepherd brings us as Wayne Jones works one off the pads. Ahmed continuing from the industrial end. We know that they've got a goal of 100 after 30 overs. I think they'll be disappointed if they're only on 100 after 30, after the good start that they had. They were 51 for 1 after 11. And a cluster of wickets again, just slowing down the run rate dramatically. Wayne Parham and Wayne Jones trying to rebuild the Zimbabwe innings.
Yeah, well, they do need a good partnership here to stabilize things and get some runs on the board. Uh, just a single from this over so far with 2 deliveries remaining in this, his second over, Ahmed. But compared to last matches, I'm sure you would agree with me, Nick. Zimbabwe is definitely in a better condition at this stage of this particular match as compared to some in the recent past.
Yes, the last game though, they got to, I believe it was the 30th over, but I will check. I do keep track of everything.
Well, it's a solid dot delivery, 5 dots in succession, just a single of the first ball of this second over of Ahmed. And after that last dot delivery, it would have completed a 25 overs. Zimbabwe batting at 85 for 4.
Yeah, so there's good news and bad news for the Zimbabwe supporters out there. This is a good start, as you mentioned. In the last game against the West Indies, after 25 overs, Zimbabwe were 86 for 4. There was a solid partnership that took them to 124 for 4. And they were all bowled out for 135, losing 6 wickets for 12 runs in a mighty collapse of the lower order. They will hope that that doesn't happen again, Ravi.
Well, throughout this tournament, especially at the earlier stages, we did see that an average score across the board would have been around that 130, 140 mark. So not too bad. However, fingers crossed that they do bat deep into this inning and put a much more substantial score after getting the feel and of these wickets that they have to patronize here at these cricket grounds. With all hopes to the Zimbabwe cricket fans out there, uh, it should definitely be a better, a deeper batting a deeper batting lineup here for the Zimbabwe attack with bat in hand.
And something that I haven't informed you about, Ravi, and I was hoping to not bring up, but excuse me, as the conversation veers in that direction, Zimbabwe have yet to bat their full 45 overs in any of their previous 5 innings. And that is massive because even if you go in at 3 runs and over, the last 5 overs, you score in an extra 15 runs. And we know the last 5 overs, you generally score more than three. So you're throwing away a good 20, 30 runs without batting that. Only once getting into the 40s of the overs. Most games so far being bowled out by the 38th over. So there has been cause for concern not keeping their wickets and able to bat for lengthy periods whilst building partnerships. This partnership really building in deliveries faced, but not able to tick over the runs as easily as the top three made it look.
Yeah, well, a much better start in the first set of overs here for the Zimbabwe batting lineup as compared to those past matches. So maybe an indication of something maybe just a bit different here, and hoping that they do get some deeper batting. Just a run off this, the 26th over complete. That run rate just over 3 and over at this current stage. It's 86 for 4 on the board.
And a commentator's blessing coming from Ravi. No such thing as a curse from the islands of West Indies.
Listen, we have to be optimistic at all points. Keep that optimism up for your team that you support.
It's interest deliveries, usually a batsman that strikes the ball well. Is someone though, Ravi, that can catch up his run rate later on in an innings. As again, Jones looks to cut one in the covers. Maybe just a bit too quick onto that, Jones. He needs to just wait for that ball to come in line with his eyes and cut it backward of point. A vacant third man area. Sometimes on these slower wickets, you have to be that 1 second more patient. They're going to turn for two. Big throw to the non-danger end. And it's overthrows. And they're going to come through for a third. So the USA side have already picked up that the slower batsman between the wickets is Wayne Jones. They could have thrown to the danger end, which in that case was the bowler's end of the wicket. Figure they could the sun starts to come out and Wayne Jones starts to play some shots. Gets another single to his name. Miraculously, still going at a run rate of 50%. 17 of 34, 20 or 40. Parham yet to face a delivery since we last spoke of him. Looks to drive wide through the covers. Gets it through. He'll certainly come back for a second. Just like that, in one delivery, Parham doubles his score. Bit of a breeze picking up. The fielders will certainly enjoy that. The sun coming out will bake the pitch, make batting more comfortable in the second innings. Maybe take out some of that variable bounce.
Well, I could tell you definitely the wind is chilly here in the commentary box. Getting some wind chills. That wind temperature just between 15 to 16 degrees Celsius at the current moment. So despite the sun being out, they're definitely feeling that chilly winds. It's just around quarter to 12 here at Mississauga. We are in the Maxwell South round. Live cricket action for you. It's Zimbabwe facing off against the US. Zimbabwe with 94, 95 on the board.
Far on the front foot there again. Lovely forward defense.
Not a bad over for Rajesh so far, just picking up a couple from it. And finishing strong with a dot delivery, just 2 from it. It's 28 complete now. The score on the board, Zimbabwe batting at 95 for the loss, 4 wickets.
Just an apologies there about that score. You can see it's continuously changing. 96 for 4 after the 28th, and then a single coming now. So 97 for 4. Zimbabwe trying to get to that milestone of 100 before the 30th over. And that's no assumption. We heard that from the coaching staff. And that's what they were looking to do. Peter Sands Thomas was here and gave us a rundown of what happened in the team talk. It feels like the bowlers of the USA have got through their overs really quickly as he gets through the defenses of Wayne Jones and he loses his wicket. 22 or 42 deliveries. You can see just trying to block that ball, but cutting right across himself. Wayne Jones bringing that bat from out to in. If you were looking at a clock, you would say he was bringing it from 3 to 9 instead of 12 to 6. A good innings from Jonesy, 22 or 42, where the innings needed some stabilization. He brought that to the wicket, and it looks like it's going to be John O'Lane strolling in. I have heard that he was nursing a bit of an Achilles issue. I was unable to get hold of him before today's game in the hotel and ask him. But you would assume he must be well enough to bat if they're sending him in at number 7 ahead of the skipper. Greg McDonald's been in some fine form, an excellent paddle player, so hand-eye coordination, second to none in this team. I think McDonald, batting at number 7 and number 8, has scored the third most runs for the Zimbabwe team. So a lot of people, including his wife and daughter, encouraging him to bat himself higher up the order. Says he has a role to play later on in the game. Mr. Cool, calm, and collected. If I can compare him to any international players, it can only be Mahendra Singh Dhoni from India. Under such pressure over the last couple of years, Greg McDonald somehow still stays cool, calm, and collected. Has won many games at the back end with a few lusty blows.
He's been very watchful here, John. 2 dot deliveries. John in solid defense, facing 3 deliveries off that, the 29th over. Successful over for Ahmed here. Just conceding a couple from it. It's 29 now, that run rate just over 3. The Zimbabweans are batting at 98 for the loss of 5 wickets. The 30th over, it's going to be Rajesh, the man given the task at ball in hand. He's continuing. He's into his 6th off of his spell, just conceding 26 from it so far. This his 6th over. That single trickles the score up to 99, just one shy from their 100 mark, the Zimbabweans. They will be in high anticipation here. Oh, and John pushes his one to third man. He gets off the mark, takes a quick single. So it's a single for him to get off the mark, and it's also a single to put 100 on the board for Zimbabwe. And you could hear congratulations from their camp. Some applause. Score 100 for 5 in this 30th over.
Yeah, so Peter Sands Thomas was here earlier, one of the bowlers from Zimbabwe, considers himself an all-rounder. And he said they were hoping to go 40 in the first 15 and 60 in the second. They've done the opposite. In the first 15, they were 61 for 3. Now just adding on stumping opportunity there. The keeper's asking the square leg umpire. Adding on 39 runs here in the next 15. So he fumbled that ball onto the stumps. It's a fantastic comeback from Rajesh. 27 off 5.5 overs in his second over, going for 12 runs.
Now 30 complete. The score on the board a solid 100 with 5 wickets down. That run rate 3.33 after 30 for the Zimbabweans. And we are going to take a short break. It's drinks.
Armored to continue for the USA after the second drinks breaks, where Zimbabwe find themselves 100 for 5. Armored 11 for 1 off his 4. For defensive shot there, played from John O'Lane, another man that lives in the UK. Goes straight down the ground. Finds long off. It's like John O'Lane is trudging off here. I mentioned when he came in that I heard he was harboring an injury to his Achilles, but I was unable to get a hold of him in the hotel this morning and just check. And the skipper, Greg McDonald, saying, just come sit out and he'll go down as retired hurt. Hopefully, some ice and he can get back out there. But that's going to bring the local man from Vancouver, Canada, Warren Ackhurst. Warren Ackhurst had the pleasure and the boyhood dream, Ravi, of representing your country in front of your parents. His parents were here last week, as well as his brother and his nephew Luke, who came over from the UK.
I'm sure that would definitely bring a strong sense of pride to the family. It would have definitely warmed and even maybe melted their hearts to see that blood, on representing his country on the field. Umpire Billy Bowden out in the middle there, trying to get the attention of the scorers, signaling wide. Yeah, we were speaking about national pride, and I'm sure Nick, his family would definitely, uh, their hearts must have melted seeing him represent his country here at this level.
Parham tries to work that to the leg side, gets a leaning edge, a direct hit there, but Ackhurst makes it in time. Ravi, one thing about Warren Ackhurst, and this is a self-professed statement. He only knows how to bat one way, and that's the same way as his dad, aggressively. So we are going to see a few lusty blows coming here, and this can either work in Zimbabwe's favor or against them.
Now that you have mentioned that, I'm sure that our viewing public, they will be, their appetites would be opened in anticipation of some shots.
Yeah, Wayne Parham will definitely try to settle him and tell him that he needs to stay there, especially now with the retirement of John O'Lane, a forced retirement due to injury. And a bit of bounce for the first time.
Yeah, what a delivery to end the over. Quite a bit of extra bounce that I've seen there. So now definitely variable bounce from both ends, the far end as well as here the close end. That last delivery being a dot, completing 31 overs. Score on the board is 103 for 5.
Wayne Parham, 5 off 32, won't be happy with his strike rate. But what is key is that they bat around him. He'll certainly need to be there at the end and allow the big hitters to tee off around him. I can see Peter Sands Thomas warming up the R there in the distance. Greg McDonald had his pads on as well. Warren Ackhurst from a family of squash players. His sister ranked #1 in the world in the Masters over 55 women's squash. Heading down to Australia to represent her country.
Definitely an athletic family. trying to play at this one wide down the leg side. Didn't make any connection. They do pick up the extra. That single trickles up the score to 104. We are here into the 32nd over. Sun out and beaming 3 minutes after high noon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can just follow in on the WhatsApp group here for the Zimbabwe team. Andre Leroux is in supporter mode. Got his beer, his iPad or laptop there, feet up and watching the cricket, encouraging the boys to chase that elusive 200. He's got a brow or barbecue going as well. Quite a sight there, Andre, to keep supporting and sending on the group.
Tell Andre, don't forget the boys here at the commentary box. That barbecue definitely looks enticing. And we are approaching our lunch hour. So we will send our location very soon, Andre. It's going to be a no ball. Another extra this over.
I'll just take this opportunity to read some of the scores from the other games happening today. Australia taking on Pakistan. Australia 119 for 4 after 28. A big
This
heave
one
ho.
struck high. Falls safely in the end. Just going after that free hit there. They do manage to pick up a single. Still one delivery, one legal delivery remaining in this over.
Wales taking on the emerging 11 just behind us here at Max Ward North are 110 for 4. New Zealand, one of the top batting outfits in this World Cup, 147 for 4 after 30, taking on Scotland. And at the end of the 32nd over, Zimbabwe 106 for 5. Armour doing a real job here for his skipper. 13 for 1 or 5.2 overs. Zimbabwe are going to need to go after one of the bowlers here. That one worked very fine. Keeper after it. Two very quick fielders coming from the USA there covering that ball. More fortuitous runs for Zimbabwe. Keeper having to do a lot of work. Seems they picked one of their fittest and quickest fielders to put the gloves on. They have USA, but another 2 for Zimbabwe. 4 off the over so far. 2 from the bat, 2 from extras. If they are to reach that elusive total of 200 that Andre Leroux has asked for, they have 90 runs to get there. Good start to the over for Rajesh. Swept away by Parham. Just a reminder that Zimbabwe are 113 for 5, effectively 6, with John O'Lane retiring hurt. Oh, and there's that big bounce again. Ackhurst with a wry smile, shrug of the shoulders, and that ends the 34th over. Zimbabwe 114 for 5. Rajesh, 32 runs for no wickets in his 8. Peter Sands Thomas still warming up with his pads on. Like he's batting for a T20. Pads, helmet, gloves, all on ready. I'll be very surprised if he's sent in before skipper Greg McDonald. Works it on the leg side, does Parham. Now faced 50 deliveries for his 12.
Warren has faced 5 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark. 3 deliveries remaining in this over.
Dropped catch there, straight back to the bowler. Acost going aerial for the first time in the innings. Maybe just feeling a bit tired down, 0 of 6. An opportunity that should have been taken by the bowler.
That one struck back with some power there. Could have heard the sound echoing off the hands of the bowler being struck by that. The penultimate delivery. At last, delivery being a dot. A good over there from Ahmed. It completes 35 overs at run rate just over 3 at the moment. Runs on the board 115. 5 wickets down.
These two just ticking along the scoreboard.
That was somewhat of a brave shot, a late cut. Maybe I'm not quite sure if he was looking to take the aerial path, but there is a feeler there, just dropping pretty much short of him. So a brave shot to get a single. And this time, played onto the onside. The ball goes to the man down at long on. And away, and Warren, he would get off the mark here with a beautiful on drive.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that that's the longest he's ever taken to get off the mark. Maybe realizing that he needs to stay there longer.
Also, maybe just some nerves at play as well.
Under the guidance of a veteran top order batsman, Wayne Parham has opened the batting many times as Parham. Very skillful. Struggles slightly for form in this tournament, hoping to come right today. What I can see, just looking to my right, Ravi, is Rory McWade with the pads on. So he will probably become a runner for John O'Lane. We are allowed to utilize a runner after the fall of 5 wickets in an innings. As GG correctly states, the runner needs to have been a batsman that has batted before. Fortunately for Zimbabwe, it's one of the quicker batsmen. He would have preferred to be batting out there himself, I'm sure. And I look forward to my conversation with him later about that shot for the 4th time playing across the line.
Maybe if he's available, we'll probably invite him to the mic and maybe have a brief interview with him as well.
I've never seen him near this microphone, but it would be quite a conversation, that's for sure. As I was mentioning earlier, and I think he lost his wicket at the time with a big appeal coming here. Now a run-out opportunity, having to scamper to the non-striker's end. Gets there just in time. That underarm throw not executed as well as the USA team would have liked. Zimbabwe add another run. That throw had just been quicker, lower, straighter, and maybe direct. They would have caused a lot of problems for Zimbabwe. The problem, Ravi, with batting with a runner is who does the call in? Is it the batsman? Is it the runner? Have they got a clear instruction when they go out as to who will be doing the call in?
That's a very, very interesting point you have raised. That last delivery being a dot. 121 on the board, 5 wickets down, 36 overs complete. Very, very interesting point you have made. Based on your experience, is it that they will negotiate this dynamic before commencing their inning together, having a runner on side?
Yeah, I've only seen it once in a game that I personally played, and it was at school level and primary school level, and I can tell you it's the most confusion I've ever seen in the middle. We're about 10 or 11 years old, and one of the boys, I think there was a throw from the boundary, and it hit him on his Achilles, and he really just really struggled to walk a bit. And the opposition coach actually said, "Why don't we get a runner for him?" There were 3 people calling, and at one stage, 3 people were standing in the middle of the pitch. So it was quite a sight. I can report there was no run out on that delivery as the field inside had to overthrow. The keeper couldn't get to it in time and secure the ball, but the coach was fuming.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then that can happen at any level because it's not something as we see Akers go aerial for the first time towards that mid-wicket boundary. 2 fielders chasing there. Looks like they've done a good work. Maybe for the first time, some poor running from Zimbabwe. Ball watching instead of looking to get through for the third. And as you can hear, I'm just desperate for the boys to build as many runs as possible as they set a total in this first innings.
Just caught gaping there a bit. They still managed to pick up a couple of that delivery.
Couple is not enough all the time, Ravi. I want more. As Akers goes down the ground, looks to split the 2 fielders, and he does so brilliantly. I told you we can expect fireworks from him here. Absorbed pressure. 0 of 9. Now accelerating his run rate. No footwork, just hands through the ball. Also a squash player like his sister. I got to watch him play paddle yesterday against Ian Harris, who was at the top of the order for Zimbabwe, wearing his white boots out there in the middle for his 2 daughters, Sarah and Jessie. Sarah and Jessie, we do hope that you enjoyed your dad's innings out there. I can inform you that he's got his blue Asics on at the moment and a lot more comfortable. Ian Harris, a prolific paddle player, as well as the McDonald clan in Sophie, Soph, and Gregor, Sally Ann. Ravi, this is a good acceleration though from Akers, just putting more pressure now on the USA skipper and bowlers.
Yeah, much needed at this stage of the game. This one just worked it down to fine leg. And they will pick up a single here. Yeah, so they do need to put that foot down on the pedal, on the accelerator at this stage. It's 129 on the board. Still one delivery remaining in this, the 37th. That's one keeping a bit low, looking to cut that through the offside. It's going to be 129 for the loss of 5 wickets. It's 37 overs complete.
Some acceleration coming in that previous over. It brings about a bowling change. Opening bowler, David Majil back into the attack. 21 for 1 in his first 5. 4 overs remaining. Looking to bowl a portion of these death overs. Wayne Parham, 15 off 56. Warren Akers, 9 off 15. A lot of questions here for the skipper of Zimbabwe. If there is to have another wicket, if there is another fall of a wicket, does he send himself in, who's capable of running, clean striker of the ball, or does he take a chance and send John O'Lane in with a runner, Rory McWade? You have to think that he's got to send the fully fit batsman in.
Yeah, I reckon it will be the wiser thing to do. You would want to heap as much runs as you could on the board, and you would want to get that power hitting out there in the middle at this stage.
Yeah, if it is your Achilles, it's not only going to hamper your run, it's going to hamper your balance and your power through the ball.
This one struck high, and it falls safely. Will come through for a single.
Three fielders out on the leg side.
Three dots. That's going to complete 38 overs, 131 on the board. 5 wickets down.
having not batted out their full 45 overs in any of the games before today, they'll find it very difficult when to understand they need to accelerate and be able to go for even the good deliveries and try get more boundary balls. There'll be that skepticism, pessimism.
Well, for most of the players out there, definitely isn't their first stab at a 45 over matchup. And I think with much experience under their belts, they will definitely have that intuition to push on at this stage.
That is going to trickle over the boundary, splitting the two fielders on the leg side. Oh, apologies. That is not on the leg side. That is on the offside. I think I just lost track of where that over was, getting sidetracked. Some of the players here playing a very old traditional game of walking around the boundary and throwing a cricket ball and then rolling it as close to that lead ball as possible. There is a name up for the game, so if you are listening and you know the game, please WhatsApp it through to me. There's about four of them playing: Wayne Jones, Andy Walton, Coach Edo Brandis, and the hitman Gavin Smythe, all involved. And I may or may not have been distracted by it. Yeah, yeah, we got. John Jamieson with a short stint in the commentary box. 71 years young. Would never say it if you saw him. Very fit, 71-year-old wicketkeeper batsman, not playing today. Went to the barber yesterday and is sporting a fresh new lid. Yeah, in Canada. I myself, a nervous man to change my barber, had to get a fresh cut before arriving in Canada, and we'll go straight to him when I arrive back at home. But can't just have random people touching the lid.
Yes, yes, yes. Definitely a old school tradition. Uh, Being faithful to your barbers. Oh, this one hooked down to square leg. They do come through for a single. Right into the 40th over.
And a loss of a wicket there, Warren Ackhurst, as he tried to accelerate the run rate. Zimbabwe now 138 for 6. Skipper, the man, the myth, the legend, Gregor McDonald, father of 4 wonderful kids, husband to super mom Sally Ann McDonald, represented Zimbabwe at the 92 Olympics for tennis, did Greg McDonald's wife. Daughter flew in a couple days ago from Harare to watch and support her dad. There's been a ball of energy on the side of the field for Zimbabwe. McDonald forward defensive straight away. Ravi, I've got some good news. Andre Leroux, enjoying your commentary. The fire has significantly decreased, and much of it has been enjoyed. Just a couple of sasatis or kebabs left on it.
Cheers, Andre. Andre, you have definitely opened our appetites, both Nick and myself, and we are eagerly anticipating our lunch break now.
Absolutely. And he said he phoned Uber Eats and they can deliver it the day after tomorrow. I'm not sure if we want chicken traveling for 2 days, Andre, but the thought is there, and we do appreciate that as we see one work the way to short mid wicket.
It's all the thought that counts. So many thanks to you, Andre. We definitely appreciate the offer, chap. Cheers to you, mate.
A direct hit and a run out. Gregor McDonald, not sure if he was given out or not, hasn't. He was looking in the wrong direction, I think, when the umpire stuck his finger up quickly. And at the end for a brief stay for the skipper. Wayne Parham with the quick single. Maybe the skipper wasn't aware of it. He trudges back. And that is a big loss at the end of that over. At the end of the 40 overs, Zimbabwe now 139 for
Well,
7.
we aren't seeing any runners coming in accompanying any batters, so we know it isn't what we would have anticipated or guesstimated a couple overs ago. New batter coming into the attack. It's going to be Gregor.
The scorers just haven't changed it yet. Gregor McDonald is out. It's our man Peter Sands Thomas. Now, there's always many bets that go around Ravi about Peter Sands Thomas and can he stay in his crease? He loves to go on the walkabouts.
I won't say that too loud for the wicket keeper to get a whiff of.
Just the other day, we played on Max Ward North and we needed him to stay there and support the batsman. Came down first ball, stumped, golden duck. Never seen a man so distraught.
Let's hope that he is aware that the wicket keeper is standing up to the stump here.
Looks like it's Wayne Parham on strike for the 17 of 65. 17 of 66.
Yeah, 40 overs complete, 139 on the board. It's 7 wickets down. Actually, still one delivery to go. I'm sure our scorers will rectify that issue shortly. And they do come through for a quick single here, pushing that one into the mid-wicket region. So
It's a very confusing over here, unfortunately,
Just a little
folks.
bit of a scramble here with the scorers trying to stabilize things on screen for you, our viewing audience.
Sans Thomas comes down the track. We knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to happen. The whole of Zimbabwe. Andre Leroux, while enjoying his bra feet up, knew it was going to happen. Signal from the umpire. 2 to come. 1 run off this over. Dot 1. Dot dot. Sans Thomas down the track again.
He's definitely quick on those feet. He definitely enjoys using those feet and gets to the pitch of the ball quite efficiently, I must say. So cut straight to the man at point. It's going to bring an end to the 41st, just one from it. 140 for 7 on the board. Into the 42nd over, and they are off with a quick single there. Good running between the wickets. It's going to bring Peter into strike. He's yet to get off the mark after facing 4 deliveries.
And we've got Gavin Smith next to us here in the commentary box, and I'm going to pass him a mic reluctantly for himself. Gav, you guys were walking around the field just now, and you were playing a game. Can you explain to the viewers that game? Because it actually distracted me for a couple deliveries, and I thought Ackers hit one on the leg side, and he had driven it through the covers. I was so distracted.
It's what we call lawn bowls, or roll bowl. So you just use cricket balls, then you throw the jack, and whoever gets closest to the jack wins the game. And you carry on until we finished.
And how many rounds did you win?
7. 7 rounds. Take that, sports lovers.
I can tell the sports lovers out there that he just threw the first number that came out into his mind out there. As we see a sweep shot worked around the corner, but straight to the man at backward square leg. Gab, what's the talk in the shed there? We had a great start, 51 for 1 after 11. It then slowed down a bit of an acceleration coming from Akos, but 145 for 7, 3 overs to go. Is there a total that Zimbabwe are trying to get towards?
You know what I think for the first, well, not for the first time, but I think we must just bat our overs out. We're on 140 odd, I think, now.
145.
So we just got to bat our overs out and we just take it from there. The wicket is not easy. I'm sure you've seen that a good length ball and it comes up past your ear, and then the next one stays low. So it's very unpredictable. So you've just got to watch it and then play the shot as it comes.
Wayne Parham, crowd catch straight back to the bowler. Had Gav Smith, the hitman, on the end of his chair there. Zubair, though, has bowled excellently. 10 for no wickets in his 7 overs so far. And once again, it's one bowler just tying down the Zimbabwean batters.
Yeah, it's been like that, I think, through all the innings that we've had. We've had one bowler that seems to have stood out and bowled exceptionally well for his 10 overs, 9 runs. So we've had very good bowlers, consistency as well.
Gav, we saw that Rory McWade has his pads on again, or has he not taken them off? Is he possibly going to be a runner for Jono if he has forced to come up?
That's our intention. So if John Lane does come back out to bat, obviously he can't run, so then Rory will be his runner, and John can bat. So yeah, hopefully they don't both run together,
Yeah, we were
as
speaking
been
about.
seen before.
We
So
spoke about it. Who does the calling? Is it the batsman or is it the runner? And
the batsman court does the calling, and then the runner just has to run accordingly.
it will be very interesting to see because McWade will back himself to get across the wicket many times. And often, if you're the injured batsman, you might not think yourself you could make the run, so you don't call for it. But McWade might just set off. So it's a bit of drama that could unfold if another wicket is to fall. Mally Jones also capable with the bat as this one's floated up and Parham pulls it across the line to the leg side. At the end of the 43rd, it's 150 up for Zimbabwe for the loss of 7 wickets. Gav, before I let you leave, we have to get this on some sort of recording, and seeing as this will be up on YouTube for a very, very long time,
Bring it
please
on,
can
bring
you
it on.
explain your day yesterday and what you got up to on your off day
Well,
in the great Mississauga or Toronto or Cambridge area?
there were parts of Toronto that I hadn't seen before. My first time at Toronto. And I just thought it'd be a good idea to take an Uber for about 200 kilometers and see parts of Toronto. No, I think other people that live in Toronto haven't seen. So, and then we found this top Tim Hortons cafeteria, which was unbelievable. I would recommend anybody to go there. Cambridge area, I believe it was. So yeah,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
we were chasing my iPhone around the countryside, trying to catch the Uber that I left my phone in. So, but that doesn't matter. We found it 2.5 hours later. Doesn't matter. We got it back.
that's the real short version as we unfortunately see another loss of wicket for Zimbabwe. Wayne Parham, 25 off 75 deliveries. Strike rate of 33.33. And here it comes. Jono Lane and Rory McWade. Now, I'm sure the skipper would have had a word with this batting pair to make sure that the calling would be clear. Gavin Smith handing over the headphones, not wanting to reply to that story. Folks, I can tell you that was the shortest version of the story either one of us have told. The young man left his phone in the back of a Uber on our way to paddle to watch a great paddle match between the skipper's family and Ian Harris. Warren Ackhurst was involved there as well. As the ground staff get ready to roll the pitches at the halftime break, maybe make sure the creases are still painted clearly for the umpires and the batting teams. A fantastic paddle match it was there from the McDonald's and Ian Harris. Boys versus girls. And although the boys won it at the end, the girls had an opportunity. Maybe the pressure too much. And I told you about Mr. Cool, Calm and Collected, the Mahendra Singh Dhoni of Zimbabwe cricket. Greg McDonald forced it to another tiebreak and took the victory. Sets it up, lobbed his daughter, set up a smash shot. Unfortunately, she mistimed it and they smelt victory, did the boys. And that was just the start of our story as we see one cut away there. And Rory McWade will scamper through for a single with Peter Sands Thomas. We then realized an hour and a half later that Gav didn't have his cell phone. Had to contact the Uber driver, which was a strenuous. I can't even stop laughing about it, Gav. It was strenuous time in Gav's life, and unfortunately for him, he was stuck with me, who just laughed all afternoon. Eventually getting hold of the Uber driver, told us, or we could see he was 68 k's away. Chased him down, then proceeded to wait as Sands Thomas comes down the track again. We mentioned that that's his style. It's a lovely shot on aerial on drive. Comes for two. Was hoping for a third. And at the end of the 44th, Zimbabwe 153 for 8. Can they do the unprecedented and stay there until the end of the 45th for the first time in this IMC over 60s World Cup? Peter Sands Thomas and John O'Lane at the crease, looking to build onto this total. As we start the last over, Zabe, he has bowled brilliantly. Again, one bowler standing out for the opposition. Zabe, 15 runs only off his 8 overs. 6 of those runs coming in the last over, so he was 9 runs off 7 overs. Really just tied down the Zimbabwean batsman. John O'Lane trying to work it around the corner. They still have Mally Jones in the shed. John O'Lane did retire hurt and has come back out to bat with a runner. Drives it down the ground. Sands Thomas pushes hard for the first. Looks to turn for the second. With 3 balls to go, Zimbabwe would love to reach a total of 160. Give their bowlers and captains something to defend out there in the second innings. We have seen a lot of invariable bounce on that far end where the bowler is bowling from now. I'm sure the opening bowlers from Zimbabwe would have been watching that. Raj Naik as well, slow left arm spinner. Will look to utilize the pitch. Bog down the wicket again. Faced 11 deliveries, and I think 10 of them is charged the bowler.
Ola just threatening him in that last delivery there.
Played finely by Peter Sands Thomas into the vacant third man area. They're going to run for three here. Rory turns quickly, takes on the arm. That's fantastic running. What was a good over 1 or 4 and 3 off that delivery. One delivery to go. 157 for 8. A wry smile on the skipper's face as he trudges off to the shed to get the boys ready for the second innings. John O'Lane goes over the close fielder. Peter Sands Thomas outrunning Rory McWade there. And Zimbabwe will set a total of 159 for 8. The USA needed 160 for victory. Zimbabwe looking for their first victory in this IMC over 60s World Cup. Can they defend this total? We'll be back with you after this lunch break of 30 minutes to bring you the final innings of the final round of the IMC over 60s World Cup. It's been a pleasure bringing you this game with the likes of Peter Sands Thomas, Ravi, the producer, and Gavin. I lost my phone, Smart. I'll be back with you after this lunch break. Good afternoon and welcome back to Max Ward South Ground, where we see Zimbabwe searching for their first victory in this IMC over 60s World Cup, the last round robin fixture for them, taking on the USA. Zimbabwe posting 159 for 8 in their first innings. USA 160 for victory. Spoke to a couple of the batsmen at the lunchtime interval and they said it is extremely difficult conditions to bat out there. You never feel like you're in. Walton mentioned that he got one past the ears, and the very next delivery, the ball kept low and struck him on the pads, which saw him leave for a well-played 11 of 22 deliveries. An aggressive field here set from Greg McDonald, and it looks like it's Rory McWade to open the bowling.
Buckwheat coming right arm over the wicket. Bowling a nice tight line. Just in that off stump area. Just back of a leg. Some decent pace as well. Good running out in the middle there. Shrikant trying to find that gap. Found the fielder instead. But good running. He still managed to come through for the single. To put runs on the board for Team USA. They are off the mark. Shrikant is off the mark. It's a Mayur at the crease. He's taking his mark with the old Shivnarine Chandapal style, marking his guard with one of the bails. And also seems to be a left-hander. We'll verify that for you in a couple seconds. Yeah, left-handed batter.
Nothing worse for a captain at the top of an innings, left-right combo, having to get your field right. Tidy start from Zimbabwe. 1 run for the loss of no wickets after 1. Andrew Walton will open from the highway end. This is the side that all the bowlers will get in a significant bounce from.
Yeah, you see in the second inning again that bit of extra bounce outside that off stump line on the far end. This time it's Walton with ball in hand. He manages to benefit from that variable bounce. Oh, takes the edge, and in the safe hands of the keeper, they make that breakthrough. And this is second over. Take a look at this again. It's actually the man at first slip taking a splendid catch. And it's the first wicket down for Team USA. Shrikant, he has to depart. He has to depart on just a one run. Score on the board. It's 1-1.
Fantastic start there from Walton. He'll be elated with that. Just two deliveries into his over and striking.
Replacing Shrikant, it's going to be Chandrakant.
A couple early wickets here for Zimbabwe will certainly create pressure for the United States of America.
Well, in the second over, in just the second delivery, the pressure is definitely on here and pressing. Taking no chances. He's in solid defense.
Interesting technique there from Shadrakant. Just slides that back foot back to get down low enough for the defensive shot, not rather leaning on your front foot. Just shoots that back leg towards the stumps.
Yeah, it's a full body action. I guess it lowers his center of gravity and it brings some stability to his stance. He just has to be very wary and good presence of mind. His distance from the stumps. He won't want to be sliding that back foot back onto the stumps. It'll be a very unfortunate situation. And a wicket maiden here for Andrew. It's two down the score. One for the loss of one. Good start his second over here, Rory. 4 consecutive dots from it so far. Make that 5.
A big appeal coming from Rory McWade. And then an attempt at a run out. The batsman out of his crease, waiting for the umpire's decision. Needs to be alert that the Zimbabweans will look for any way to take a legal wicket. And after 3 overs, it's 1 for 1. And a maiden over coming from Rory McWade. This is good pressure early on from the boys from Southern Africa. A very proud cricketing nation are Zimbabwe, especially in the men's over 60s division. And the last 24 months have enjoyed a period of great success, winning an international tournament down in Cape Town in March last year, then hosting the Africa Cup in October, victorious in both of those. And unfortunately, in this World Cup, just not able to string together all 3 facets of the game in one fixture. But Ravi, as you said, that is all in the past, and today there's a game up for grabs. Can they take it with both hands and grab this opportunity, get their first victory for their supporters? Sean Shugs Lawler, Kevin Shadwell, Andre LaRue, Craig Hodgson, and our manager who we've lost this week, Sanjay Patel. I see he is watching online and WhatsApping me. Sanjay, I can tell you, I did not get the message to the batsman like you asked, but my phone is on the table now. And any messages you do send, I will try relay through Gavin. I lost my phone, Smythe. And we wish you a speedy recovery, Sanjay, and we hope that it's one that doesn't need an operation. Another defensive shot on the back foot for Shadrakant. Both batsmen 0 of 8. There are advantages to batting first and second. The disadvantage, though, for batting second is you saw the demons in the pitch in the first inning. So now every delivery you're thinking, is this one going to pop or is it going to keep low?
Yeah, it's definitely going to play in the back of the minds of the batters out there in the middle.
McWade strides in. McWade happy to continue over the wicket to the left-hander. That one worked off the pads, and a lot of work to be done here at square leg for Warren Ackhurst. That one sliding down the leg side and will be a Or wide. Off the pads, Raj Naik does well. That one hit the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball.
A very, very unique technique here by Chandrakant. A very springy technique, if you might say so. This one driven back pass over the head of the bowler. I'm just going to take a single. And that single would end the fifth over. It's 7 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
Runouts shout there, denied by umpire Billy Bowden. Andy Walton looking for a second breakthrough. Very tidy over so far. 3 for 1 after 2.4. Shadrakant, 2 of 16. Meyer B, 4 of 12. Runs it down to third man. It's good tight fielding from Zimbabwe at the moment. Really appreciated from Gary Griffiths here doing the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard in front of us. It's just a feeling of a lethargic Sunday floating around after the lunch break.
Which is usually the case.
So you see a lovely on drive there off the bowling of Andy Walton, and well appreciated by the American batting lineup to our right. Maybe just catching the inside half of the bat there. Shadrakant off the mark with the boundary. 6 of that over from Walton. He's now 7 for 1 in his 3. USA in reply to Zimbabwe's 159 for 8, 13 for 1 after 6. McWade steaming in again. Nickname Rambo, pulled off the hip for 4. Dropping it short and just swiveled around by the batsman. Fantastic shot. Oh, America looking to attack the opening bowlers, do something different. They were bogged down for the first 5 overs. The 6th over they went after Andy Walton. Rory McWade now being pulled away for a 4, then finds the leaning edge. Inside edge jam between pitch and bat. Zimbabwe just going with the standard 6-3 field. 3 on the leg side. Mid on, mid wicket. And a man at 45. They have a slip, a short third man. And a very close point fielder in Warren Ackhurst for the right-hander. That ends another good over for Team USA. 18 for 1 after 7. After keeping it tight in the first 4 overs, only 2 runs conceded. The last 3 overs have conceded 16 runs. Walton looking to break this partnership. Slip in place in the name of Kenyan Zeal. It's a top edge. This will be a very difficult catch there. And they look to be Wayne Parham after it. Really difficult catch, just off screen. Wayne Parham running over, looking over his shoulder to try catch that one, just landing past his outstretched fingers. An expansive drive, well taken by keeper Mally Jones. Resides in Perth. We know his wife Amanda messaged from Vic Falls in the previous game. They've gone aerial over the top. And 4 more runs to the bat of Mayur. The left-hander, not afraid now, taking on the opening bowlers of Zimbabwe. Very unorthodox in his batting style, but it works for him. And Team USA marching on now, 24 for 1 after 7.5. Driven through the covers, beats Peter Sands Thomas, and is going to win the race to the boundary. Wide and full from Walton. Does the skipper, Greg McDonald, have to think differently here? Does he have to bring on a spinner, maybe change the pace for these batsmen that are looking to attack the quicker bowlers? Ten from that over of Andrew Walton, which takes the USA to 30 for the loss of 1 after 8. Another breakthrough, McWade, making it look simple, just above his head.
Yeah, that's all reflex. Definitely.
I think, Ravi, I've tried to tell you twice in this game, and both times a wicket has fallen for Zimbabwe when they were batting. But Rory McWade was the fielding coach of Zimbabwe men's national side in the early 2000s. So takes a lot of pride and pleasure in the field and puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the Zimbabweans to be solid in the field.
Definitely a inspirational figure for the team. And pride, most definitely. So hearing the DJ cranking things up in the background there. I hope the DJ does does mute that mic at the commencement of the new over. Look at Shepard will just give us a sneak peek at what is going on down in the tent there at the Zimbabwean supporters. Good work, Sheppy.
Straight down the ground. Peter Sands Thomas with lots of work to do. This time uses his foot again. Last time he did that, he was taken to the A&E at 11 o'clock at night to check on his wrist by the one and only Sanjay Patel, who found himself in hospital this week.
We do wish Sanjay a speedy recovery, and hopefully he could be back out and with us live in the middle of the action soon.
That one strays onto the leg side and worked around the corner. A well-timed boundary. So losing wickets, USA, but not afraid to keep accumulating the runs in boundaries. Raj Naik and Warren Ackhurst, Ian Harris, they must be biting at the bit to get their hands on this ball and get a breakthrough for their skipper. That's aerial opportunity, but straight down the ground. And at the end of the ninth over, USA 37 for 2. At the same stage, Zimbabwe were 45 for 1. Driven straight to the cover fielder. Really turning into a great day of cricket. The haze disappearing, the skyline appearing in the distance over the highway bridge. If you look really carefully, you can see CN Tower in downtown Toronto, right next to Rogers Centre, which is where the Blue Jays play their baseball. We were fortunate enough to go watch a game last week Sunday, and what a treat that was. Good run there taken by USA. So better comeback over from Andy Walton. How long can the Zimbabwe pair, though, last with the left-right-hand combination? Will the fielders start to tire sooner?
And just one run off that over. It's 10 complete. A score on the board, 38 for the loss of 2. The US still requires 122 for victory in 35 overs.
Yeah, I just want to take this time to wish a co-commentator at this tournament, Rash from England, a very happy birthday, Rash. And look forward to seeing you later in the hotel at the watering hole and celebrating your wonderful day with you. I had the pleasure of commentating last week in the Zimbabwe-England game, and I learned so much from you. It's always a pleasure to catch up and have a conversation in the lobby before we head off on our different buses to the different venues. So big happy birthday to Rash. And if you are in and around the Max Ward area, Rash, I'd love to have a conversation with you in commentary. So please make your way down. Ravi is a keen commentator, a youngster like myself, and we're always willing to learn from guys with your experience who's willing to feed us knowledge that we can carry on in our commentating careers. As we see one whipped away through mid-wicket, a beautiful shot. A textbook whip off the pads, leaning with the head, hands coming through the ball. Will come through for 2.
Two brings the US team up to 40 on the board. Still 3 deliveries remaining in this 11th over.
As we have one of the United States bowlers, opening bowler, David Martle, standing here near the commentary box.
So
He's
we'd like
begging us
to.
to please not bring him on air. Please,
Oh, we
please.
just wanted to invite him for just a
David,
very, very brief
you can come
interview.
have a chat here with Ravi. He'd love to ask you
Yeah,
about your bowling spell there at the top of the order.
give us a bit of a insight with regards to the conditions of the pitch and what the experience was like on out there in the middle. No.
David, you bowled at the top of the innings. Your skipper then brought you back. Your skipper then brought you back at the end. Do you like to have such a big break between your spells, or do you like to bowl your 9 through at the top? Not always easy at the over 60s cricket game. What's your favorite place to bowl in the innings?
I'm used to open bowling, even though I'm a spinner. Guess my captain has faith in me to let me open bowling. So I'm comfortable with a new ball. Of course, I can always bowl with a old ball too when needed. So I just bowled 5 overs this morning and then rested me and then came back to bowl the last overs on the 45. So that helped.
When I spoke to the batsmen at the lunchtime break, they said that they never really felt in, and that the pitch had some invariable bounce, some balls keeping low, and some popping up. We saw some from you really pop up past the batsman. Does that excite you as a bowler? And what is the talk then when they see you doing that with the new ball?
Well, it it helps me knowing that the wicket is helping me, and it gives or leaves a little bit of doubt in the batsman as to whether is this ball going to pop up or is this one going to keep low. So it makes me feel good to know that hey, the wicket is helping me a lot. And this morning I actually bowled from the other end because there was a nice patch of green on the wicket, so that definitely helped me a lot.
Yeah, so I did a thorough pitch inspection before commentary. And I saw that the end that you were bowling to, there's a lovely patch of green, just about like 4 meters away from where the batsman is. Just where a turner would want to pitch that delivery, one or two tufts of grass, and
Yes,
anything can happen on that. If you as the bowler don't know what's going to happen, the batsman certainly has no idea.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, when I saw that, I said, oh, it looks good. I love it.
I get so excited when a bowler gets excited about a wicket. David, you mentioned that as a bowler it's exciting, but now your team batting second, chasing 160 for victory. Do your batsmen have that same concern now? They've seen the bounce in the field, they've seen that it keeps low. Does it change the method and the style that they're going to bat?
Well, I was watching them batting. I haven't seen any balls that uh, bounced a little bit too high like it happened this morning. So I'm pretty confident the batters out there are not concerned about that at this moment. But you never know when it keeps going on. You don't know what the wicket's going to do later on. But our guys are batting fairly well. We lost two quick wickets, but we have Barak and Mike over there. I'm sure they'll try to get us over the line without losing any more wickets. Of course, we have skipper Jivago out there, who's a pretty experienced guy.
All right, so it seems like Zimbabwe got a lot on their hands with this batting pair and the next man in. I see there is a change of bowler, the left arm spinner Raj Naik, bowling from the highway in, maybe looking for that invariable bounce that was happening. I'm sure when a spinner gets a ball that pops up past the chin or something, the batsman's eyes always open up.
Yeah, and the bowlers,
So that one's cut away violently by the batsman. Raj Naik pitching that one short. It certainly got up to chest height, but short and wide is a batsman's delight on these sorts of wickets.
yeah, I think if it's going to have that bad bounce, it'll be on that end because that's where our pace bowlers were having the same thing on them when they were bowling on that side where it had that bad bounce coming up. You never know, but hopefully our guys will manage it and get us over the line.
And then one last question. You guys confident you can chase down the 160? Feeling good with the batters in hand?
Absolutely. I have all the confidence in my batters.
And I'm sure
They'll
they
do it
had
today.
they had that with you when you had the ball in hand. Thanks very much, David, for coming in for a quick chat. Don't be too scared of commentary. We'd love to have you back later on, and we can continue chatting about the batters, and you can feed us some extra information about the men out there in the middle.
Absolutely. And thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, David. That's David the Ope. I did call for the change myself, Ravi, so the pressure's not only on the skipper. I did think that they needed a change of speed. A couple quick balls there, though, from Raj Naik, not trusting his rhythm through the crease and floating it up, giving the ball some air and put away to the boundary. Out of nowhere, USA racing to 50.
He's picking up a good couple overs there, getting that score to push up in a quick space of time at an exponential rate, if you would say.
Ravi, a very confident David Mattil about his batsman. He really believes that these two can maybe take it all the way, and if necessary, just one more in the skipper.
Well, these are the types of personalities that you definitely need as a member on your team. Someone who will give you that positive energy, that confidence that is needed for the team to push on with those positive vibes. It does go a long way. A simple thing like belief in your players, belief in your batters, it does go a long way. Energies and vibrations, they are a real thing. At least that's my opinion and beliefs.
Mally Jones now standing up to McWade. Always difficult to keep wicket when the ball has no consistency in its bounce. Kenyan Zeal, a very wide slip. That one driven aerial. Unfortunately, not carrying to the man at cover. Andy Walton. And at the end of the 13th over, it's 52 for 13. "52 for 2 after 13. Rory McWade with another maiden over. He's gone 22 for 1 in his 7. Will the skipper bowl him through? Messages of support and for the players and coaches. Sometimes us commentators get a message or two too, and just received a message from my mother saying that she's still watching the game and cheering on Zimbabwe. Born in Scotland, raised in South Africa, now supporting Zimbabwe over 60s. Cricket really is a game that inspires many. Drop short again by Raj Naik. Fortunately for him, the batsman not finding the gap. Scores are very similar at this same stage.
This one played fine. Actually, didn't make any connection with the bat at all. It's went for 3 wides. one swiveled on, pulled away, and they hustled through for a quick couple. It's going to push the score up to 58 for two. It's 14 overs gone. The USA require 102 of 31 overs for victory.
With 1 over to go before the first drinks break, we welcome John O'Lane all the way from the UK. Last minute call up into this over 60s World Cup. Stuck up his hand and said he's available. Came in, played the first couple of games, sat out for one or two. Today came in with the bat and did himself a mischief. Jono, you had a lingering injury in the background, but that's not what was the cause for concern today. Can you speak us through what happened out there when you were batting and why you had to retire hurt?
Yeah, Nick. So I've had a strained Achilles tendon, which happened in the third game. So that's been it's been well rested, a couple of days off and a couple of matches off, and so I came in quite confident that I could get through this game. But the first quick single that I took off on, the Achilles was really painful, and then a couple of balls later, I took off for another one, and something up in my calf popped. So I don't think it's exactly the same injury, but probably maybe related somehow. But yeah, so I'm man down. I can't really field. I did offer to go and stand in the slips or stand at short mid wicket or something, but they reckon that they just they preferred me to sit out. So that's what I'm doing. But
Yeah,
Sim are putting up a good show, I think, in the field so far. I mean, it's quite evenly poised. A couple more wickets could tilt it their way, and on the other hand, you know, if they don't get a couple of wickets, the Kiwis are. I mean, the USA are looking good, and at the moment you haven't mentioned, but they've had a change of bowling at the far end, and Peter Sands Thomas is now bowling, and he's just hit the batsman on the glove off a good length. That one really popped. So for bowlers who can find the right length and bowl at the right pace for that length, it's very, very difficult.
just like that, the batsman dispatches one over to the square leg boundary.
Yeah, Zimbabwe just have to be pretty careful here. They've set very attacking fields right from the start. So anything that the USA managed to hit past that, there's no one out there. And they really need to, you know, think about the balance of attack versus defense here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we go to the drinks break, USA 63 for 2 at this same stage. Zimbabwe was 61 for 3. So very much a level at the moment. We'll be back with you shortly after this quick drinks break. Welcome back after that quick drinks break. It's the end of the 15th over. It was 63 for 2. USA chasing down the total of 160 for victory. So under 100 runs to go for that victory. And that's a small milestone, John O'Lane, that they would have worked towards as a batting unit.
Yeah, we sort of were, aiming for 180 to 200, which doesn't sound like a lot for a 45 over limited over game. But on these fields and on these pitches, if you look through the winning totals, 200 is a pretty good total to try and defend on these pitches. Um, the outfields are very slow, so you don't get value for your shots particularly. So yeah, 200 is a decent enough total, gives you a good chance.
95 off 29.3 overs. They just need to go at 3.2 and over to win this game. So if they just bat sensibly, the USA, you'd feel they'd be very capable of getting there. Zimbabwe to win this game, Jono, will need to take all 10 wickets.
Yes, that's what I agree with you entirely. They need to get all of the all they need to bowl them all out, and they've got the bowling and the fielding to do that. Um, they've just got to hit the right lengths on this pitch. There's the end that Kenyan Seal. This, by the way, since drinks, there's a new another change in the bowling. Raj Naik's been taken off, and Kenyan Seal is bowling at the motorway end. And what you don't want to do on this pitch is bowl anything that's a half volley and can be driven, because it just takes all of the jeopardy in the pitch out of the game. So you just want to rather, you want it sort of on a length or just slightly back of a length, which brings the pitch into play every ball. So if they can do that and they don't get too defensive, because we were just talking during the break about whether this particular pair of batsmen would run a lot of short runs, and we weren't so sure. But there is now space. I mean, Zimbabwe have been forced to stick a couple of boundary runners out, and that has created some space close in. So it'll be interesting to see if they adapt their game to push and run type thing. They only need 3 and 4. Kenya's just bowled a terrible ball. That was a waist high full toss, and it's been dispatched to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, that was dispatched, and he quickly grabs his brim from the umpire and walks to his fielding position, does Kenyan Seal. That's exactly what the skipper wouldn't have wanted. Took off his left arm turner. It was a bit expensive and erratic. And Kenyan Seal coming in 9 off his first over. So somehow needing to plug the runs here from the highway end is skipper McDonald. Peter Sands Thomas will continue. He took over from Rory McWade from the industrial end.
The Rafingora Express, as he likes to call himself, Bonks.
He has many names for himself, old Bonky. I feel though the last couple of months he's dropped in speed, but his accuracy has been a lot better. He's placing the ball
Oh,
a
that
lot
was
better.
beautifully
Big
bowled.
appeal.
That was beautifully bowled.
You haven't seen him so animated the whole World Cup there. He really thought he had his man.
I think if anything, it might have just been the height might have saved the batsman. It looked like it hit him on the top of the pad, but it was a beauty. It really beat the batsman off a length. Yeah, well, Peter had some surgery, didn't he, on his shoulder, which may account for the loss of a yard or two. And let's face it, he's always running faster than he bowls. So
He says I give him enough gears. I have to be kind in commentary. So I'm glad you mentioned that. I'll just
here he is,
heavily agree.
setting off. on his run now, which is also shorter than him. He's just got one to leap right off a length. Mally Jones behind the stumps had the bails whipped off.
He's been,
To Clovell, but Mally Jones is a great find for the
yeah,
Zimbabwe
he's
side,
been
isn't he? Behind the
absolutely
stumps.
impressive with the keeping gloves behind the stumps this whole tournament. He had a
Yeah,
fantastic leg side stumping in one of the earlier games.
yeah.
And he stood up to the fast bowlers on tracks that have not been easy to stand up. No consistency in the bounce.
He's got a wonderful economy of movement behind the stumps. There's no fuss, no bother. His footwork's very good, which means that his gloves are always in the right position. Okay. Now Zimbabwe are having to sort of deal with this left hand, right hand combination.
A
And,
pain for any captain.
yeah. And also for, geriatric 60-something old men who can't remember their daughter's birthday or their wife or their anniversary date or
Oh, the
things like that.
anniversary is a big one.
To try and remember where you were fielding against the left-hander 2 overs ago, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely.
So,
This partnership, though, really just taken the air out of the Zimbabwe fielders. They just seem a little bit flat at the moment. Need a wicket yet to spark some energy.
oh,
That one
good
pops off a
that
length
one.
again. And
It's going to go for 4. So signaled wide, and it's gone for 4 byes. So feel sorry for the keeper on that one. He had no chance at all standing up, did he?
absolutely. And unfortunately, the bars do count against the keeper, but that one, he just has to hold his hands up and say, there's nothing I could do there.
You got to say, in the tournament to date, we haven't had a lot of success, but we have been in some close games, and it's generally been the batting, the top order batting that's been difficult for us, and the bowling and the fielding on the whole has been pretty good.
I think my only concern in the bowling, and it seems to be happening again today, is we'll take 1 or 2 strike wickets at the top,
Yeah,
but then we allow 2 big partnerships in the middle, and the opposition teams, when they get to the 30th over, are maybe only 2 or 3 down, and then can explode in that last 15 and put big totals if they set in, or if they chase in, quickly chase down the runs we've set for them.
yeah. And these guys are batting very well, actually. These the two who are at the crease at the moment. There's nothing too extravagant, but when they get something that is in their arc, they put it to the boundary. And I think as the day goes on, the outfield does dry. It starts off a bit dewy, uh, and in any case, the grass is quite lush and longer than we would normally have on a cricket field outfield. So it takes quite a long time to dry. And so if you bat first on it, it is definitely harder to hit boundaries. We had a lot of balls stopping a foot or 2 foot short of the boundary. Uh, and of course, none of us like that. The fielders have a long chase, and the batsmen have to run 3.
Yeah. And with that, another change in the bowling. Now Warren Ackhurst. So Greg McDonald really trying to plug the side of the ground, changing his bowlers. Raj Naik was quite expensive. Then Kenyan Zeal went for 9 in 1 over.
But this is also a good plan because Warren is an off spinner, and he generally gives it a bit of a rip, and he gets a bit of dip. And he's now bowling at the left-hander. I think that's a good move to have him bowling at a left-hander. Something they've spoken about in team meetings. And,
Floats it up. Does Ackhurst. Driven down the ground with the man back on the boundary. It's an easy single.
he just needs to pull the legs back a little bit. That'll be very tricky to play.
Bit of a teapot there from the skipper, just thinking, how can he plug these runs? Maybe he just needs to pull his mid on into the circle, drop the mid off down to the boundary.
That's a great ball. That's much better length.
Maybe he's got a walkie-talkie to your microphone. Seems to have listened straight away, has Akers. Obviously, he got to live out his boyhood dream as we see a sweep shot come in. Wayne Parham having to do the work there around the boundary. Not able to get there. So more runs leaking from the highway end. Both spinners taken to task by this batting pair.
So Warren got the length right there, but the line was obviously a little bit off. Batsman swept, got down on one knee, didn't
Look at the smiles
well
there
executed sweep.
of the boys from the USA. Really enjoying what this batting pair are doing. Farak on 22 of 33.
Catch.
And Muyir on 47 off 44. So approaching a milestone.
It's looking very comfortable for the USA at the moment. Just knocking it about, hitting the odd boundary. You can hear them, I'm sure, through the mic. They're getting a little bit rowdy down there. The camera's pointing at them, that's why. And
it's another boundary coming in, an expensive over from Warren Ackhurst. If I've counted correctly, 11 off that over. Skipper Greg McDonald left scratching his head. And that's a 50 up for the batsman Muir. 51 off 45. And really enjoyed by his teammates. The first batsman to go at more than a runner ball, and he's made it look easy. No shots of danger, Jono, in that innings. Everything along the ground we needed to be. Went aerial over the inner ring. And as you said,
he had one, I think, flashy drive that skied and just went over Wayne Parham at point. Wayne was running backwards for it. But really, it was safe. I mean, Wayne didn't get a hand to it. But aside from that, I think it's been a really rock solid innings. I've got to say, this is quite worrying for Zimbabwe now. They really do need to get a couple of wickets. And who knows where it's coming from. That's the thing at the moment. You don't really see where it's coming from, do you? The way these guys are batting. Really batting well.
yeah, we interviewed one of their bowlers earlier, and he said this batting pair are the pair that could take it to the end. And he said there's one more good batsman in their skipper to come in next. So the next 2 or 3 wickets really crucial for Zimbabwe. But as I mentioned to you earlier in the commentary stint, Zimbabwe have struggled to take wickets in the middle overs.
Oh,
Left very late there by the batsman, but if it doesn't hit your stumps, it's a good leave. USA edging closer to that score of 100, the milestone.
well, Peter Sands Thomas is bowling dry. You know, he's bowling just short of a length outside the off stump. He's getting some quite steep bounce from there. So it's not easy for the batsman to hit it. You know, and maybe that's just what they need is a couple of overs of that to calm things down, put a break on the scoring. And there's another one. He had to play at that one, and it was straighter.
And a couple messages of encouragement on the live chat on YouTube. CG Hodgson, give it your all, Bobway. You can finish on a high note, boys. Amanda Jones, wife of Mel Jones, the keeper, says, come on, MJ, watching from the beautiful Vic Falls. And Amanda's been awesome to be able to have these conversations with you through commentary and your messages on the live chat. Got to speak to Mally the other day about it at the restaurant, and he really enjoyed that you left him a good wish. Then Mark Heyman, 7867. Nice to see MJ behind the stumps again. A great gloveman and a great bloke. And I think, Jono, we couldn't say it any better. Mally Jones, such a great team man to have around. Always so positive and always good for a laugh.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. The only problem is that he's got an Australian accent.
It's a massive problem.
And you know, when the Australian keeper committed his little faux pas, Australian accents weren't popular around here, right? So,
Are they ever popular?
well, you know, we have some Australians that we like, and a lot of Zimbabweans, of course, have emigrated to Australia. So we have to be
Many
mindful
South
of
Africans.
the Australians' hospitality towards us. So,
Absolutely.
anyway, Mali is a great guy. You know, he's a really good team man to have. He's always positive. Um, and his keeping, I've got to tell you, has been really sharp.
Another bowling change
It's
from the
Wayne
highway end.
Jones.
This time it's Wayne Jones, nickname Jonesy. Comes from the UK. Hopefully his partner and three kids are watching and supporting him. I know in one of the games, his partner didn't enjoy that I gave him gears about his running between the wickets. But since then, it's only been positive words of affirmation for Jonesy.
Wayne actually batted really well today, I thought.
He did.
Got 20 something.
Yeah, he was.
Um,
He went really nicely,
was striking the ball really cleanly.
and definitely the quickest single anyone has ever seen him run. He blitzed one early on in his innings to get to the non-strikers
Been
end.
a no ball. There's now a free hit coming up. Picked up by Rory McQuaid at the mid-wicket boundary for 2.
The concern, yeah, is USA are doing this at a canter at the moment, and it's looking effortless and easy for them.
Oh,
That one driven through the covers. 4 more runs. Mayur, 57 or 49 deliveries. I think it's a two-step process to getting Mayur out. First, you've got to starve him of the strike so that he's itching to get on strike and play one maybe through the line. And then when that opportunity comes, you have to take his wicket. The left-hander dominating this inning so far.
oh,
Wayne Jones with an appeal, and it's the finger of death from Peter Tate.
that kept very low. It was a good length ball. The batsman played across the line somewhat, I think. From here, it looked like it. Yeah, there you go. Hit him low. Certainly it wasn't going over the stumps. It might have been going under. But we've had a few.
Yes. Yeah, we certainly did.
Andy
Andy,
Walton got one ball that went past his nose off at length, and the very next ball hit him on the toe in front of his stumps. So, well, that is very timely for Zimbabwe, I've got to say. They really needed that. But a very good innings. Very good.
absolutely fantastic innings there from Mayur. 57 or 50 deliveries. And maybe the glimmer of hope that Zimbabwe needed. Looks like it's the skipper striding to the wicket now.
So if Wayne Jones can... Is that over? Not yet. One to come.
2 to come with that noble.
If Wayne Jones can finish his over with the first baller for the incoming batsman, Zimbabwe would be very happy.
No, that would be absolutely incredible. 99 for 4. Zimbabwe might think they level pegging then for a victory. Yeah, this match heavily in favor of the USA at the moment. 99 for 3 after 19 overs. Wayne Jones with the breakthrough. Still an expensive over. 7 runs, 2 balls to come from it. The skipper has tried 4 bowling variations from this side. Started with Walton, changed to the spinner, Raj Naik, who was in for 2. Zeal came on for 1 over. Then Warren Ackhurst for 1 over. Then Wayne Jones.
Wayne has got a knack of picking up a stick, you know.
Yeah, if you're not used to his action, and I think that's what is good when he does take wickets. The new batsman is not used to his action. It almost looks like he's bowling off the wrong foot.
He swings it in as well. And at the moment, the wind is helping him do that. Yeah. I keep getting bitten by these little flies. We've got this little, for you viewers at home, we've got these little things that the house flies basically. But instead of just landing on your leg and irritating you, they actually bite you as well.
I haven't had it here at this ground, fortunately, but at the ground where we played Scotland in that torrential downpour, I was bitten all day by them. I eventually had to spray some suntan lotion on, and that seemed to scare them away. I'm not a fan of suntan lotion, so it took a lot of bites for me before I decided I needed to do.
And what we need is some Madison cigarettes.
Have to speak to one or two of the players about that. Jonesy finding the line and length early on here in his spell. At the end of his first 8 for 1. The USA are 100 for 3 after 20 overs. Peter Sands Thomas given the ball again. He'll start his 4th over.
Go on, one brings 2.
Well, certainly
So-
when we bat, one brings 2.
And one normally brings 3 or 4. And we're batting.
Yeah, we've just the batting unit has just struggled to build partnerships throughout the World Cup. There have been glimpses of good performances.
See, again, Peter just managed to find that awkward length outside off stump. And batsman just watches it go by. This time, it's down there. The cheers from the US players will tell you that that just trickled across the boundary a little layer, little cut, fraction too short. So finally, the batsman's come up with a plan for that ball.
And
Let's see what Peter Sands Thomas does in response.
Jazzy Junaid on the live chat. Come on, the USA. It's in the bag. Bring it home. And as someone who lives in the UK, Jono, you've heard that it's coming home many times by the English soccer team.
Yeah, well, I won't talk about World Cup football.
Jazzy Junaid also saying, awesome batting, Parak and Muir. A great partnership. And it certainly was. More than likely a match-defining partnership.
Yeah, I think for the USA to lose it from here, that something would have to go really badly wrong, right?
Getting
So
a message.
what this will do, if it is a USA win, it'll leave Zimbabwe bottom of the table on our side of the draw, which means that tomorrow we'll play against the emerging nations, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, emerging nations and Canada both have 0 wins in this tournament. So it depends on emerging nations game today against Wales, and it might come to net run rate between those two teams.
Okay, so emerging nations are chasing 222, or at least that's their target. I'm just turning around the Wales emerging nations game is behind me, and emerging nations are 35 for 3, and I think it's after 18 overs. It's quite a long way away from you, the scoreboard, and it's not very big, but so it's not looking that cheerful for them over there. Um,
Just getting
right.
a message from South Africa. Nice to see that Roger Malt is still up and awake and supporting or watching Zimbabwe. Says that Parak Anata, which is the batsman currently on 28, is a great wicketkeeper batsman. He and Arun Vitala started the Masters Cricket USA. He only speaks highly of Parak and what a humble man he is. And it seems that everyone who starts these Masters Crickets committees in their own country are really just humble men. I know Gregor McDonald was a huge influence within Zimbabwe. Made a couple of phone calls around the world and got some of the boys together over the last couple of years. Now we're hearing the same about Parak, and Roger Malt does most of the heavy lifting down in South Africa. It's also because of Roger that I had my first opportunity to commentate in Cape Town in March last year, which I'll always be grateful for, where I got placed with Team Zimbabwe. Knew nothing or no one from Zimbabwe, but since that tournament, it's really felt like home, getting to know and continue friendships and conversations with everyone from the team over the last year or so.
Yeah, Megan, just from our side, it's been great having you. So yeah, thanks for sticking with us despite the disappointing results.
Well, I've been telling everyone that we were going to do so well in this World Cup because the two tournaments I've worked at, we've won both of them. The Cape Town International in March, and then the Africa Cup, a tense final game against South Africa in Harare. Unfortunately, Roger Malt wasn't there for his South African compatriots to support them, but he was also sending messages during that tournament. And hopefully one day myself and Mr. Malt can make it to Harare and get involved in the comms on a big clash between South Africa and Zimbabwe. We know they play for the Procky Cup, as we see another shot off the back foot through the covers to the sweeper on the boundary, and they'll just come through for a single. But the timing at the moment from the USA batsmen, they just seem to be finding the pace of the pitch a lot quicker than it took the Zimbabwean batsmen to be accustomed to.
Quite interesting, the different fortunes of the South African and Zimbabwean sides in this tournament, given the past results. South Africa have done really well, actually. They're going to finish in the top 4 into the semi-final stage.
Yeah, South Africa have done really well. I'm sure they would have loved to play us in this tournament for the Procky Cup, but there's just something different about the Procky Cup. Zimbabwe, I feel, would have just really switched on, and it maybe would have been good for us to play against South Africa early on in the tournament and find some form. It's Wayne Jones looking to get another breakthrough. Mel Jones just takes it effortlessly behind the stumps at the end of the 22nd over. The USA 109 for 3, 51 needed off 23 overs, only needing to go at 2.2 and over to win this game. Zimbabwe need to find 7 more wickets for their first victory in this IMC over 60s World Cup.
Well, I'll just go and cry in my beer.
We have to stay positive. We have to stay as neutral as possible, as well as we find the outside edge, but no slip in place for Peter Sands Thomas.
Great bowling by Bonky, actually. He
Yeah,
hasn't bowled too many loose balls.
no, he's gone nicely. 18 off his 4 overs.
Come on, Bonks, let's have a wicket. The batsman has gone up the pitch to do a bit of prodding, and I've got to tell you, that is a complete and utter waste of time. Because you'd have to prod the whole pitch.
I think
Uh,
it's a mental thing for a batsman. Eh? If you just
Oh,
is
my
there one
goodness.
pops up?
So
What a take!
Matty Jones took that over his head.
He basically had to climb up a step ladder.
I
Here's
mean,
the
that is
replay.
disconcerting for the batsman when you see that.
What a take, Mel Jones.
Just watch the
He's going to clip that on
Just watch
YouTube
the-
later and send it to his family and friends on the WhatsApp groups for sure.
just took it one-handed and flicked it on, didn't he?
Oh, you can almost hear Amanda Jones cheering at Vic Falls for that take.
Yeah.
That was like a one-handed catch in the back garden against your younger brother. Like, you're out.
It was a tennis ball.
My turn to bat. Incredible keeping skills. And when you ask Mel Jones about it, he'll probably tell you, nah, it was easy. Anyone could have done that. Such a humble man. And I think you're right. You said it was disconcerting for the batsman. They maybe just a bit skeptical to come on the front foot and plant it down the track.
Yeah. So I noticed both of these guys have got helmets on. So right at the far end, no, he hasn't. It's just this. Is it? Have they got helmets or not?
The facing batsman
Yeah,
definitely has
he
a helmet.
has.
The non-striker's got a cap on.
Oh, he's got a cap. Okay. I think on these pitches, it hasn't been a bad decision to play with a helmet. Most over 60s cricketers don't bother because the bowling is so gentle, really, most of the time. Um, but on these pitches, I think it's a pretty good idea, really.
And a maiden over there coming from Peter Sands Thomas.
Oh, good.
109
We've got
for
another
3.
change. We've got another change at this end with Wayne Parham coming on instead of Wayne Jones. Wayne Parham has had a good tournament. He's one of those few Zimbabwean players, I think, who has had a really consistently good tournament with bat and ball. Good fielder too.
I think a frustration for him when I spoke to him after the loss against the West Indies. He's just frustrated he's not able to kick on. So in his batting, a lot of 20s, but not able to kick on. But often he's coming in the middle order after a collapse and had to rebuild the innings. So today the same 25 of 75 deliveries going at 30.
And you know, sometimes I think 25 on these fields is, you know, it's a on any other field it's 40 or 50. You know.
Yeah, certainly. Many of you can't describe it enough. Many of those boundary shots just falling short a couple centimeters, nothing longer than a ruler, short of the boundary, and the batsman maybe falling into the pit of ball watching a bit.
Oh,
And
that
that
could be
one's hit the
close.
pads, and he's asked the question. No nonsense sort of man.
Batsman was looking to play that into the leg side. So presumably, I didn't notice where Mally Jones was, but must have been going down the leg, I guess.
I think sometimes the umpire does watch the keeper.
Yeah.
50 runs needed now for the USA off 21 and a half overs. It's a big shot down the ground. Lots of work for Jonesy to do. He works around swiftly to his left.
Well picked up.
Yeah. USA, Jono, just doing what unfortunately most of the teams have done against the Zimbabwe batting lineup. They've built partnerships.
Yes, yeah. Some top order partnerships, and there Wayne Parham has just got away with one because he bowled a knee-high full toss, was going down the leg, and the batsman missed it.
I thought he was going to appeal there, but I think he was so fortunate it wasn't a no ball. He just said, thanks, I'll take my cap, and that's the end of the over. And at the end of the 24th, the USA 111 for 3. And Nelson, both teams today got stuck on a Nelson. How long will the USA be on a Nelson? Can Zimbabwe capitalize?
Right. Well, I think I am going to go and cry into my beer now. I'll hand the mic back. See you later.
Thanks, John. It's always a pleasure to have you in the com box. And if this game lasts until the very end, please come back and bring your excitement. We look forward to Zimbabwe fighting the last couple of runs here. Can they take the 7 wickets needed? Jono looking to cry with joy at the end of this game, as are the rest of us. And to be fair, I think we might get a bit emotional if we win this game. This is a difficult position for Zimbabwe once again, but it's been such a fantastic innings by Parak and Muyir. Mel Jones with another great take above his head. Driven off the back foot. And Parham after that, another boundary in favor of the USA. Peter Sands Thomas, hands on knees. Drops slightly short. Batsman rocks back. Punches it through the covers. Chivaka now getting some boundaries to his name. Let me paint a picture of the producer of this game. He has a beanie on and glasses, a well-trimmed beard. He's basically the Tom Cruise of Canada. As this ball trickles to the boundary and lands on the line. There's nothing like that. One that teases the fielder all the way in literally one rotation, and it lands on the line. The first real expensive over from Peter Sands Thomas. 8 coming off it with 1 to go. Oh, beats the outside edge and the shoulder of the bat with some extra bounce. 119 for 3 after 25. Greg McDonald trying to cheer on his soldiers out there in the outfield. Someone needs to spark some life into this bowling attack of Zimbabwe. Wayne Parham putting up his hand, asking the skipper for the ball. Couple of wickets falling on the Max Ward A field behind me. Wales taking another wicket of the emerging 11. Parham, good line and length there, just outside off stump, forcing the batsman to make a decision. Should he come forward or back? A team that I've grown to love over the last 12 months. This one's gone aerial. It's an opportunity for a catch. And Raj Naik takes it at the 45. This catch will be spoken about for many years to come. If there's one man who didn't want to be under that ball, and he'll say it himself, it's Raj Naik. But he takes a crucial catch which breaks this partnership. Can Zimbabwe start to believe? 119 for 4 USA, chasing 160 for victory.
Chris, it isn't over until the last ball is bowled, yeah?
It's never over when Zimbabwe are involved. As the music starts to pump under the shed of Zimbabwe, Mama Sel, daughter Soph, and a couple of the water boys for today's game there. Really enjoying it. They haven't had many opportunities to play music with just the 4 poles falling. But what a take from Raj Naik. Ravi, I can tell you something about Raj is I've never seen him field the ball without going to ground. And even with that catch, he went onto the knee to take it.
Just wanting to get that low center of gravity and full stability to latch onto that and make sure that it is secure for his team.
I'm pretty sure it's quite common knowledge in Zimbabwe cricket, but Raj Naik only has one eye. So depth perception is not always easy for the man. And it's often why I'm assuming, he falls onto the ground to protect it in case his hands don't get there. He blocks it with his body. Usually a spectacular bowler. Just hasn't found his right rhythm in this tournament and in this game as well. Just the 2 overs from Raj. But that catch will be spoken about for years. Some joy for the Zimbabwe fans late in this game.
So Zubair, he's off the mark. He's on 2 after facing 2 deliveries, and G Waka is on 10.
It's gone aerial again. It's another opportunity. Wayne Jones underneath it.
He spilled it. Look at it going high into the air. Settles, and one bounce out of the hands.
And the batsman crossed for a single there. Oh, was that the opportunity, though, for Zimbabwe? Back-to-back wickets. It's a 120 for the loss of 4 wickets after 26 overs. A drop catch in that over could have made it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And our mathematician and scorer, Gigi, would have loved that play on numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And currently, though, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. It would have made his day, he says. I'm a real boy. Wayne Parham would have had a double wicket breakthrough. He's done the job for his skipper. 6 runs, 1 wicket, 2 overs. Raj back into the attack from the opposite end this time, looking for some extra bounce. It's short and wide, but cut away straight to Wayne Ackers, the local man from Vancouver, moved from Harare 31 years ago for the first time last year at the Over 60s Africa Cup, came back to his hometown of Harare. Said he loved his time back in Zimbabwe. This time just guided past him. Well played by the batsman. Jonesy does the work from third man. Still thinking about that drop catch for sure is Wayne Jones. Just small moments in this game have prevented from Zimbabwe kicking on to get into positive attacking positions. And you just feel that was another small, massive moment. Shake of the head from Jonesy just in front of us. But one thing that has to be said, Ravi, no one goes out onto the cricket field to drop a catch on purpose. So,
Of course, all intentions were there, but spur of the moment, things happen, and definitely not non-intentional.
I think what a lot of us forget is when you get those top edges, there's a lot of spin on the ball as well. And if you're not thinking about it, and your hands have to be at the perfect cup size. If you close them too tightly, it spins out. If you open it too much, it spins away. So you just have to have your fingers closed at the right cup or bowl size, as the cricket coaches say. Hopefully, Jonesy will get another opportunity and he'll definitely show his worth in the field. As that one's cut off the back foot straight to Ackers at point. He's had a lot of work to do in this over, has Ackers, but a much better comeback here from Raj, affectionately called Raju by the skipper and his wife. Slightly quicker from the left arm turner. And that is the end of the 27th over, 125 for 4. I can tell you at this same stage, Zimbabwe were 93 for 4. Messages from Roomsley Ganley Can Community Tria 5367 inviting me to come commentate at the over 50s Africa Cup hosted in Harare. And one of my mates from my own cricket club, Russell Crook, he will be representing South Africa at that Africa Cup in Harare later this year. So very excited for him. I think all my mates back home in East London at the greatest cricket club in the history of cricket know that when it comes to over 60s cricket, my heart lies with Zimbabwe. It's just a team that really just absorbed me, Ravi, as one of their own from the very beginning. This time getting to be on tour with them, stay in the hotel, get on the team bus. I can tell you something, that win or lose, Zimbabweans have a smile on their face afterwards, and they love to dance to some music.
Yeah, you could see the passion in the team and the brotherhood, the camaraderie, the team spirit. Definitely, it beams out of the players in the Zimbabwean team.
Yeah, so massive thank you to Gavin Lindsay for that invite. And a good comeback there from Wayne Parham. Just 4 off that over. The second delivery going to the boundary, but it's 129 for 4 after 28. Zimbabwe fighting to stay in this contest, looking for their first victory in this. IMC Over 60s World Cup. It's been a difficult campaign for the boys. They know that they have underperformed according to their talent and skill set. Looking to get a victory today against the USA. Played the USA in South Africa last year in March. Won convincingly. But today, the USA stepping up. Looking for their second victory in this tournament. Not too far from the homes of the USA players. Just across the border here in Canada. And I must say, for a first time hosting an event of this magnitude, the Mississauga community and all those involved in the organization, Akshay and his team, it's been a fantastic tournament. And although the results haven't gone our way, we really appreciated the hospitality and the thoughtfulness gone into everything. It's been awesome to play at different grounds, see different venues and different views and sights around Mississauga. And it's a drop catch here, run out opportunity. Warren Ackhurst. The man has been tirelessly fielding in that point region. This time finds himself on the ground. Maybe a little graze on the knee. Hopefully he hasn't done anything serious. There's been a few injuries in the Zimbabwe lineup. For his mom and dad, if you are watching, he's fine and up on his feet, walking back to his position. Brother and nephew, I'm sure they'll give him gears about that. Ravia, it's one thing that all these Zimbabweans say, to play in the Zimbabweans over 60 side, you have to have a thick skin because they are ready to grill each other straight away. Raj Naik forcing the batsman on the front foot, and that's a well-run single. Oh, there's going to be overthrows here, but it's looks like it's Ian Harris with the diving effort. Raj Naik pulling his run rate back really well as a bowler here. Just 2 off this over so far. 20 runs for no wickets after 3.4 overs. Naik pitches it up. That's a much better delivery. You can just see the rhythm through the crease. He just seems way more comfortable there. No stutter in the run-up. High arm release. Pivoted nicely off the front foot.
Definitely flowing.
Okay, just drops it a little bit short. Hard work. And the skipper, using his soccer skills, though, he could have done an injury to his ankle. I can tell you he's a Liverpool fan, and he'll tell Bonker, who's an Arsenal fan, how to stop the ball with your foot. Bonker, a massive Arsenal fan, injured his hand while stopping the ball with his foot. The skipper stepping on the ball there, could have done his ankle, but strong and quickly gets up to his feet. And after the 29th over, the USA are 133 for 4, needing 27 runs for victory. Zimbabwe looking for 6 wickets. On Araya, Gigi is not impressed with it at all. I can send you a photo. Each of the numbers are now standing up, upside down and backwards for Gigi. Yeah, in front of us. Another quick single. So you can see the emphasis on the quick runs now coming from this batting pair. Jivaka and Zube. Zube bowled beautifully earlier on in this game. I think it was 15 runs in his 9 overs. A little bit of bounce coming there from Parham. Parham, nicknamed Pops. some young, at a young age, had some grandkids and really loved by all his grandkids. They call him Wayno, and they sent him a lovely video message the other day before one of his games saying, "Good luck for cricket, Wayno." And it's every time he plays it for someone, he just has the biggest smile on his face. So you can see how much family means to these players. Wayne Jones, teapot position, yeah, in front of us, waiting for a catch. As that Peter Sands Thomas putting his hand up for the Spirit of Cricket Award, tying the batsman's laces. Hopefully he didn't tie them together. That would be something that Bonk would think of. Oh, the batsman with a big drive, testing are his laces tied together or not. Fortunately for him, they're not.
So wide. Have to reload it at one.
They're going to turn for two. This is excellent batting from this pair. When they came together, there were a couple of boundaries early on. The captain was forced to push the fielders out. Now they're just pushing it into the gaps, dealing in ones and twos, and they don't need to do anything more, needing 1.5 and over to win this game. Glides it to third man. Looks like it's that man, Ackhurst, again. And at the drinks breaks, USA 137 for 4. Can they still believe trying to defend 23 runs needed? We'll be back with you shortly after this quick break. Welcome back to the final session of this last round of IMC Over 60s Cricket World Cup, where we see Zimbabwe taking on the USA. USA with 1 victory from 5 games. Zimbabwe 0 from 5, hoping for their first victory today. To get that done, they're going to need to defend 23 runs in 15 overs or take 6 more wickets. Rory McWade back into the attack, the opening bowler. He's cut away. Lots of work here to do for Wayne Parham on the boundary. He works around well to his left and gets it in. 2 runs down. 21 for victory. Zubair and Jivaka building another partnership here for the USA. It has been a fantastically good run chase from the boys from across the border. Can the Zimbabwe supporters start to believe? A couple wickets here. Edo Brandes inspired hat-trick. Rory ejecting some extra bounce. The batsman coming right down the track to say no run. A little bit of theatrics here in the last session. A great over from Rory McWade. They're just going for the 2. 21, 24, apologies, for 1 after 8 from him. 139 for 4 after 31 overs. Just having a word with one of the production crew here. Shepherd hails from Trinidad and Tobago. A much-loved character from all commentators who have got to work on the Max Ward Southfield. Been a privilege to work with you once again, Shepherd, bringing us fantastic views, making my life easy as the commentator. Yourself and Ravi have done a fantastic job in the production today at the Max Ward Southfield, where we see Zimbabwe trying to defend a further 21 runs for victory. Andy Walton back into the attack. It's just a case of not enough runs on the board for Zimbabwe once again. They've struggled to take wickets consistently. See the wonderful ex-manager of the side from that fantastic and victorious Cape Town trip, Graham Smith, getting in touch with me, just letting me know that the first excuse we had about the jet lag can't be used in all games, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier in the commentary stint. We were caught off guard with the jet lag in the first game, but thereafter we told ourselves no more excuses. We just need to be better. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to put the three facets of cricket, string them together consistently enough to be victorious in any of our games, batting, bowling, and fielding. After game one against New Zealand, the fielding was superb in the second, third, and fourth matches. There were no drop catches. There was diving efforts in the field, saving boundaries. But our top order in the batting unit struggled to put runs on the board. Then, against the West Indies, the top order fired. We found ourselves 125 for 4. 125 for 4. And we're 135 all out. We lost 6 wickets for 12 runs. 6 of those only coming off the bat. The other 6 coming through extras, as in wides and no balls. Today, much of the same. We started really well. At one stage, Zimbabwe were 51 for 1 after 11. Then, after 30 overs, found themselves 100 for 5, only scoring 49 runs in 19 overs. And that, I think, is when they look back at today's fixture, they'll see that was the area of concern. Once again, the bowlers struck early, taking 2 wickets up front, and then struggled to capitalize on those breakthroughs, allowing the opposition to build partnerships. A fantastic partnership from the batting of Muir and Parak. Muir going on to make a 50. Quicker than a runner ball. Really set up this innings for the USA, who now only require 20 runs off 12 and a half overs. McWade looking to keep it tight and tidy in his final over. Walking with a slight limp. It's been a long tournament for McWade. He's played every match. Plays as an all-rounder. Asked to do a job with the bat and the ball. And one of Zimbabwe's top fielders in this over 60 side. He's a man that plays with passion and determination. Mel Jones trying to encourage his bowler from behind the stumps. McWade driven straight to the cover fielder. And that ends a fantastic bowling effort from Rory Rambo McWade. 25 for 1 after 9 overs. The fast opening bowler doing a job for his skipper from the industrial end of the park. USA, after 33 overs, 140 for 4. Can Zimbabwe somehow squeezes into the final few overs, make the USA batters slightly nervous? They'll need a couple of maiden overs here. That one's worked to the leg side and they'll come through for a single. Another fantastic over from Andrew Walton, just going for the one. 21 for 1 after 7. He's still got 2 to offer the skipper, and he'll be sure to bowl them through after those 2 fantastic overs. 19 runs required off 11 overs. Can Zimbabwe squeeze it down to the bitter end? Maybe a mix-up between the batsmen. Panic stations in the USA camp. Give Zimbabwe a glimmer of hope. As I see the main man, Akshay, enter the building. Saw Akshay at the hotel yesterday. Came to say hello to everybody. 2 teams staying in the hotel together, England and Zimbabwe. Oh, that ball popped out of nowhere. That time Mel Jones couldn't get his hands to it. He's been so good behind the stumps, has Mel Jones. Wife Amanda Jones been watching from Vic Falls. And there's the confusion starting to set in. Pressure. Zimbabwe will have to pounce on these opportunities. Co-commentator Ravi's just had too much pressure on his plate. Had to pack the microphone away. He's getting too nervous here. The cameraman Shepherd has changed his position to give us a great view of the wickets and runs being scored and taken. I wonder if the end of this over, Shepherd could swing to that skyline to his left. Show us the beautiful views that we've been able to watch as another ball bounces past the helmet of Jivaka. And a great over there from Peter Sands Thomas. Just the bar coming from it. 142 for 4. USA after 35 overs. Going to quickly take this opportunity to update you from the scores around Mississauga. Australia posted 226 for 6. Pakistan in reply 83 for 7. That looks to be like it will be a victory for Australia. Wales posted a mammoth 222, a double Nelson for 9, and the emerging 11 on 96 for 5 in reply. New Zealand, another score of 260 for 5. Scotland are 147 for 4. That could possibly be a tight finish there. We know many teams that have scored lots of runs in the last 15 overs. As that ball goes down to the bottom of the field, they come through for a couple. 4 wides. The batsman just asking for the scoreboard to be updated. Instructions of 1-3 needed, 13 runs needed for victory for the USA Masters cricket side. 13 off 9 overs needed, not 9 deliveries. I know often when you read that you'll think it's deliveries, but it's overs. Another single straight down the ground. Peter Sands Thomas continues. A big heave ho across the line. The first false shot we've seen in a long time. Wayne Jones, will he still be thinking about that drop catch? Would that have opened up the lower order for the bowlers to attack? That one run down to third man, just a single. And they don't have to do anything other than that. Just look for the single. No danger needed for the boys. From the United States of America. Outside of the bat beaten again by Peter Sands Thomas. Hands on heads. He's worked tirelessly here for no reward. 28 for no wickets after 7.5 overs. And extract some extra bounce at the end of that over. It's 149 for 4 after 37. 2 runs coming from that. So some tidy bowling coming here at the back end for Zimbabwe. But you have to ask the question, is it too little, too late? As the batsmen seem very comfortable, just as comfortable as Shepherd behind the camera, who has done a fantastic job. And a big thank you to the production crew before this game comes to an end. Zimbabwe's bus driver has made it to the ground to finally support us after 6 games. 6 games has taken him to arrive early and come support us. Kushtrana. First, just to be called Kush, he's driven us around safely, him and his cousin. Sukraj Dillon. Two wonderful young gentlemen. Driving this team around to and from all fixtures and events. The United States bring up 150 runs for the loss of 4 wickets after 37 and a half overs. Andy Walter into his final over, 27 for 1 from his 8.5. Just 10 runs needed for the United States of America to claim their second victory. Zimbabwe winless in this tournament so far. A sad but true fact, Ravi. It's been a tough tournament for the boys in red. There was a little bit of fight early on in this bowling spell, but unfortunately, Nothing to follow. A couple of bowling changes had to be made by the skipper as a few bowlers went for runs. Raj, Zeal, Ackers, Jones, Kara all went for runs from the highway end. Andy Walton now attacks the crease. Well defended by the batsman. One to go in this over. 152 for 4. 8 runs needed for victory. Yet another loss on the cards for Zimbabwe. Tries to guide that one backward a point, but finds the point fielder, and that will wrap up the 38th over. 152 for 4. 8 runs needed of 7 overs. Is there someone can bring the magic for Zimbabwe? Can they do an Edo Brandes and take a hat-trick? Inspire the bowling unit. Put the USA under some pressure. Kustrana off, not willing to see a loss for Zimbabwe. His first game of cricket ever. Decides he can't watch the boys lose. Going to go fetch the bus and bring it closer. Push. Sam Thomas still bowling his heart out for his skipper. 4 dot balls in a row. As Kush, our bus driver, pointed out, there just doesn't seem to be intensity out there. But there doesn't need to be when you need 8 runs off 6.5 overs. But Zimbabwe have done really well to keep it tight here at the end. An outside edge straight to the fielder. The dot ball for Sam Thomas and another maiden over. 28 for 0 in his 9. A fantastic bowling spell today from Sam Thomas. Unfortunately, unable to pick up some scalps. That's been the biggest problem for Zimbabwe when defending a total. Not able to penetrate the opposition batting lineup. At the end of the 39th over, USA 152 for 4. Raj Naik invited back into the attack from the original end he bowled for. It's a quicker ball down the leg side, unfortunately. And a wide when Zimbabwe didn't need one. Cut back with a square. Hacker seems to have hurt his knee there. A lot of sore bodies out there. It's been a long 20 minutes, long 2 weeks. One more game to go tomorrow. Hopefully the captain doesn't have to count how many soldiers he's got available at breakfast time to see who can start. Give whatever want to play in the last game. Try and get that victory as that one's run it up. Down fine. And Hackers is after it. We over this, the context of the game. 5 runs coming off it. End of the 40th over, the USA 157 for 4. USA needed just 3 runs or 5 overs. Can the Zimbabwe bowlers do it? Do the supporters believe? Shepherd behind the camera, eagerly anticipating a couple of wickets. Extension of this game would be fantastic for those fans back in Harare and around the world supporting the boys in red. It's Kenyan Zeal back into the attack, defending 3 runs. Zeal pushes it up. Sigh of relief in the commentary box. That ball nearly hit the stumps or nearly got driven for 4. Depending who you supported, the sighs of relief were different too. The next man coming into bat would be nervous. He's had his pads on for a long time. A lot of people say that only bad can come from going in right at the end in amount of runs. You can only lose your wicket. You can't be the real hero. You haven't done the bulk of the work. That one dropped short, pulled away back with a square. No fielder there. Will this be the end of the game? Looks like it's going to hold up. Encouraged to run the final three are the American batsmen. They'll only get to two. The scores are tied. 157 for 4. It's taken 40.4 overs for this American side to level the runs. It shows Zimbabwe weren't far off from posting a decent total. Maybe 20 or 30 runs short. Kenyan Zeal in. So full toss. Zeal with some aggression towards the batsman. Got to build it up here. Have to make it exciting. This game has been won with ebbs and flows. Zeal in. The field is creeping ever closer. It's cut, but straight down the ground. Almost slapped forehand style. Anyone who had Wimbledon would have been happy with that forehand down the line. What that does is it ends another over. Zimbabwe taking this deep. Ravi thought he was going to be at home, feet on the couch an hour ago. But you can't take the spirit away from the boys from Harare. OG Sports Club and the Sunrisers. Many of these players coming from just those two clubs. And a couple of the players based in Perth, Australia. 2 from the UK. It's a slog sweep. Looks like an inside edge to Kenyan Zeal. Batsmen say no run. We want to take it deep. Let's take it to the last over and make it interesting for those in attendance. Just one run to win. Bus driver Kush has joined us in the commentary box again. The nerves getting the better of him. Raj Naik tosses it up. And the game is going to end on a wide. An unfortunate way to end the game, but a great victory for the United States of America. Their second victory in this IMC Over 60s World Cup. 6 games, 6 defeats for the boys from Southern Africa, based out of Harare, Zimbabwe. The United States of America, victorious by 6 wickets. Don't forget that tomorrow there is another round of cricket to decide finish in what place over the weekend, the semi-finals and the final. Thank you for those of you that spoke the live chat on the YouTube channel. For those of you that WhatsApped or messaged over social media, it's been a pleasure bringing you this game. Unfortunately, though, another loss for Team Zimbabwe. The United States of America are victorious by 6 wickets. This man here. Relevant. Veteran number 4. Those of you still tuned in on this IMC over 60s World Cup chant where the United States were victorious by 6 wickets over Zimbabwe. Please stay tuned as we bring you the post-match presentation about 10 minutes time. You can see who the man of the match was, the Spirit of Cricket Award, and the opposition's player of the game. Oh!
Closing ceremony of the closing of the regular rounds. This is a historic moment you've done here. Always, Australian always have to come. It's a big start. It's a big start. I don't understand the evolution right out of the route. They're in boys in the league, quite excited about it. I enjoy it. And I know practice, he doesn't have to go back and coach and with people on that road. Yeah. They've got very, very little respect now, a couple of years. Like the economic transfer. Okay, now I haven't read the sheet line. I haven't read the sheet with them, but I'm allowed to inform the matches from the United States. And before we launch our stories in the ceremonies, so please would you like to come forward and say a few words on behalf of the team? Thank you all. Congratulations to you. We got the answer. The Lord says that when the support to this group. Thank you, the doing an awesome job. As always, the long staff and the cheering staff, the Indians, the families. Thank you very much. Again, you really did it last time. And but I will give the best to them. Good luck in the future. We see for them in the future. So to make me my first man, well done. Well done. Well done. Very good future. Thank you. Okay, great. You can put safety rules in the hand. With the student, good to see. For the game, we've seen played a very good spirit today. I think there was some ordinary cricket played in a few little overs, which is fun in the game. More extra. We had a good start, finished. Play a little bit in the middle. But we will be back. We will not stop at 5. Yeah, it's almost stop. Cheers. It's a 1,000 to get the names of cost. But and yes, to actually to put this forward. Please, entirely. Everyone knows that I'm not ready for another minute, so I have a bit. Thank you. Right now, this has been an interesting contest between African team and the Cotton Rivalry and the American team in America. And so this, I suppose, so this is going to go for it. Yeah, it's going to go, yeah. Anyway, look, the spirit of cricket is foremost in our competition, number one. And so, Billy, who is a technically well, thanks, Bill. Yeah, both the skippers got it absolutely spot on. The spirit today was the band, Steve Hazel has been between those two teams all tournaments. So well on to all of you. And we could have given it a number of ways, but there were a couple of honourable mentions. An honourable mention to Appers. So Zimbabwe fielded all 45 with only 11. They didn't have the opportunity of a rotation because of an injury early in the day. So they ploughed on absolutely fantastically. So congratulations to Ackers. And one particular, Jeeves absolutely hammered one to point, and Ackers was feeling a little bit sorry for me, so clung his left short just before he was about to hit me. So thank you for that. There's also an honourable mention for Raj. Raj was just bowling with a smile on his face, always putting his heart into it. So fantastic. Honourable mention for Raj. Our winner today, he did another injury, but he came back out with a runner. But yeah, that just shows how fantastic the effort is. But really, for the Zimbabwe boys, well on for their way. We'll take what we're here. Which is to the most valuable player in the Amazon, and so Shay that is. I was you play ultimately one of the this line track. This one favorite and the most valuable player for the best player of the match for the Americans is for the man of the match today's game is Julian Hussein. Like to make a little presentation to the American team. All the same with you, and the other national time, but I don't know. Anyway, what's the special thing? It's you to think about it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You have one more plan. Everyone knows there are a couple of infamous people on the field today, like like actors, as the Empire of the Black and Silver. But there's also a very special moment with an umpire. Apparently, this is his 100th IMC match. Give it take. Uh, okay, so along those lines, Peter, amazing trick. You're the first compile. So, a little bit of background. We have the first opening this World Cup in Sydney in 2000, and I needed top 20 employees. So I went to the New South Wales Employees Association. I said to their first girl, would you want the top Sydney first employees and give me for next year? Many persons said, well, Peter. And Peter, on part, and I know we were over 50 and after the cup was all over, I sat down with him and I said to him, and listening, I've got this idea. I want to create an international independent scale of enterprise. We're going to it impact, IMC, and you're going to be the president. And he said, oh, that's nice. What do I do? I said, well, here's a CDF. You get a piece of paper, CDF, and I wrote out those instructions. I put them to the letting us do that facility. And That's the way we do things. We're about somebody who can do the job, and you don't go through all this process. You just go to the man, so you move on. Hey man, you're the man, okay? From that moment on, he's been chairman. We don't have a constitution there. You just want it. We just want it. And Peter has gone to every World Cup. He's 11th, and a couple of others. And he's always got the independent umpires. He's been unbelievable in doing the playing divisions. And every time we have a complaint or a quarrel about umpiring, or about the rules, there's a pass it to Peter. So he's been an absolute a spoiler, but more than that, he's been the beacon on the hill for the international prize pool. And you know that there are four things that make up the game of cricket. There's the ball, there's the wicket, there's the wicket, and there's the umpire. Now, if you don't get the umpires right, umpires can win a game. If you know, umpires give eight every game, there's the five to their own. But by going through Peter and what Peter's done, he's guaranteed that the umpire standard is high. They don't get into the hole unless they prove themselves, like this youngster here, just the latest edition. And so, Peter, I can't say more than our gratitude, and not only the MC, but all our members, and all the people that took on pride, all the other fellow umpires that have organised and you've extracted. You've just been an absolute icon with the game. We can't thank you enough, and on behalf of the United States, can I ask Arun to present a special award? On behalf of the States, we recommend that you go on with the expand the relationship between Peter and Masters Cricket Record. He was there in May in Houston. He got out to the series with Australia and USA. And I think he did he's been a great place to be there. And new replacement in West Africa. New games, new players, and this power. And then bring out his senior, this bring out the very top. And you, now, yeah, I'm part of state of yeah. But it's a great day to cricket. Both plays great brilliantly. I think what who did the match for today was cricket day for everything else. Peter, I go get cake. Go home, go cake for him. Says the so something really speaks on. I realize very time. I'm feeling really good emotion from making so that. But the journey, yes, that's done. So the journey started in 2018. I've done all the different age groups. I've done all the different World Cups. Uh, it's not about me. It's about the team. I just love the pleasure of being able to play with all the guys every single time. This is the 100th time. I'm looking forward to the next 100. You know, I hope you guys are as well. Thank you for the community. Thanks, Pete. I think that we should celebrate each other the first and the second because you're going to take the game. Hey! Anyway, can you choose the pin? Hear that? Only for us, remember. Let's go. Thank you. Okay.